the department, Postbank leadership in the form of the board and executives, civil society structures that may be on the platform. I was also told that we would have the Auditor General's office representatives coming before committee. And I'm sure they would be also introduced properly when we start. Fellow South Africans who are following deliberations of the committee, the different platforms created by Parliament to ensure that you participate in one way or the other. I will, without a waste of time, deal with formalities of just opening the meeting. As I said, we'll do full introductions once we start the meeting. Honorable members, we just want to remind you about the rules convening meetings on this platform. Firstly, all participants, this includes members and everyone else on the platform, would have to keep our mics muted, video cameras off, unless you are recognized by the chairperson when you are to speak. And that score, you would then unmute your mic and switch on your video camera. In situations where you may be experiencing connectivity challenges, please inform the chair to ask for permission to switch off your video camera in order to maximize your bandwidth. From time to time, there may be situations where people lose connectivity and may have to reconnect. Please ensure at all times when you are reconnecting that your video camera is off, your mic is muted, as mics are sensitive, so therefore could pick up background sounds which may distract the speaker that may be on the platform at the time. In case of point of orders, whilst members are allowed to raise point of orders, please ensure that as you raise the point of order, your mic remains muted until the chairperson recognizes you. In that case, you would then proceed to raise the point of order on which the chairperson can rule upon in that score. So with that having been said, honorable members, we are also guided that we do not raise unnecessary point of orders to a point of collapsing the meeting on this platform. So that's merely to really guide the meeting. I would then ask the committee support to indicate if we have apologies that have been received, and I would use that to attend to some of the messages I see on the chat.
Morning, Chairperson. We have an apology from Ms. Kubeka. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's the apology. Is there any apology from members that may have not reached the committee support? No apologies. I will then, without a waste of time, get to the agenda of the meeting. I take it that honorable members have received the notice convening this meeting. That's the agenda for the meeting. Of course, I'm trying to maximize the time, understanding that there's a house sitting and members may be preparing as we are on the agenda of the house this afternoon. in terms of our principal are. So I would just indicate a few things, honorable members. Firstly, that we will deal with the item that speaks to the Auditor General without getting involved in any matter that the committee may have dealt with. Whilst just after that, I would then go to the next item after deliberations on the first one. That item, as you know, it's then the continuation of deliberations to the committee. It is in that item that any matter that relates to the bill, and in this case, this includes matters related to SAPO, would then be dealt with, including the correspondence I had asked that members receive as it relates to the committee. So we'd have clarity once we get to that point. By the time we get to the minutes, because there may be matters that reflect in the minutes, we'll also do the other updates at that point of the agenda. So I'm giving this clarity so that we are able to proceed with the meeting informed by the notice convening this meeting. Honorable Majosi, I did get that point. I would, as we deal with the presentations and so on, attend to the point you are raising and see if there's any improvement on your side, and probably Mr. Malika, who also raised the same, that the volume issue may need to be attended to. So I would attend to that. But like I said, on the first item, that's the reason the Auditor General office is here. So I've been informed that would have some representatives, as I said. Ms. Sinyane, Deputy Leader, I take it I saw that one on the platform. Okay, thank you, Honorable Machozi. Sorted, thank you. Then we also were supposed to have Mr. Andres Sekheto, the business unit leader. I'm not sure if he has already logged in. I can confirm that I did see Ms. Sinyane, the deputy leader. I'm sure they would want to probably come first before the presentation that would be made by the Postbank as agreed by the committee that will handle that today. When the Postbank presents, it will indeed talk to both the annual reports and matters of the corporate plan as the committee would have agreed and presentations received. I do have confirmation then that Mr. Sekheto is on. So we do have representation. And I take it that you are welcomed and you'll be able to get in and make your points. Of course, I'm looking at the time that we have had a detailed presentation before, and this one is just merely focused on an outstanding matter of the Postbank, and surely it shouldn't take us more than 20 minutes, and the other 25 minutes being that the presentation of the Postbank itself as led by the department and the deputy minister as the political head. So we'll start at this point. Mr. Sekheto, I'm sure you can hear.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, good morning. So it's over to yourselves now, if you want to make your opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson said opening remarks. Are we just doing opening remarks and introductions, or are we also jumping into the presentation, Honorable Chair? I'll take my guidance from you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, you'll do so. You'll get to the presentation. That's why I'd given you about 20 minutes and then get the other 25 minutes for the Postbank. But we'll assess as you present, because it's an important presentation. It takes about 3 financial years. So we understand the implications of that in time. So we'll assess. But it's good to work on something. 20 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. As introduced, my name is Andries Sekheto. I'm the business unit leader for the unit within the Office of the AG that takes care of, amongst others, the comms portfolio. Supporting me today in the presentation, I'm accompanied by my team members. I've got Mrs. Tabero Musisinyani, who will just switch on her cameras for the benefit of the committee to just see her face. In case she makes comments, at least you're able to reconcile the voice with the face. Mrs. Tabero Musisinyani is the Deputy Business Unit Leader for the unit that assists us in looking after the comms portfolio. Also accompanying me, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, is Ms. Joyce Nkonyana. Ms. Joyce Nkonyana is the Engagement Manager who's responsible for performing the Postbank and SAPA audits. So essentially, as I've mentioned before, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, if you were to equate her role in terms of the private sector, she would be on an audit partner level that's responsible for signing off and ensuring the audit quality on the projects. Honorable Chair, Honorable members, given the time constraints, we're not going to waste any further time in terms of a lot of opening remarks. We will jump straight into the presentation. You would recall, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, as you've also mentioned, Honorable Chair, we did do quite a detailed portfolio presentation the last time when we did the BRRR review for the other audits within the portfolio that were signed off on time, and tabled the annual report also on time. So this briefing will solely be focused on the audit outcomes of the Postbank for the 3 outstanding financial years. As we present, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Ms. Nkonyana, who will be leading the detailed presentation, will also give some context and background as to exactly why some of these audits were not tabled, but the department and the Postbank will also give their representation, mainly as a result of COVID, but also as a result of the extensions and the institution being new in this regard, resulting in a number of years rolling over as a result of trying to deal with some of the key issues that were identified on the audit. But like I mentioned, we will then expand a little bit on those as we then do the detailed presentation. Honorable Chair, Honorable members, I'm just going to remind us as an oversight structure again as to why the Office of the AG does what we do. In terms of the mandate that we have been assigned, we conduct the audits as the supreme audit institution to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the audits that we perform, all of which with the aim to try and build public confidence. So ultimately, when a user on the street picks up the annual reports and see what government has represented or reported that it's done and spent the taxpayers' money on, that there's some form of credibility in terms of the achievement of what government would have reported. Honorable Chair, Honorable members, you would also recall that as we mentioned during our previous engagement, that our office has moved on to a new strategy now. And in line with that new strategy, we also then identified certain people who must assist us all in terms of at least having some form of impact on the citizens, on the lives of the citizens. And hence you see, as Office of the AG, we've come up with the accountability ecosystem. So this basically says there are a number of role players, like I've mentioned, who must play a role in the delivery and achievement of strategic objectives. And what are the roles and responsibilities of those particular stakeholders, and at which level do they lie, and what is expected of them. So this slide just basically outlines those responsibilities. We would have dealt with them in a little bit of detail when we did the BRRR, so I will skip to the outcome slide. So Honorable Chair, honorable members, if you look at the consolidated audit outcomes of the Postbank over the past 3 years, there's a bit of background that must be appreciated. Honorable Chair, honorable members would recall that the Postbank used to be a division within the South African Post Office, and then with the government's strategic objective of moving towards having our own state-owned bank, the bank was then stripped out from the Post Office to be its own standalone institution or entity. So the Postbank has always been there, it's always been operational, but as a division within SAPO. And the audit opinion history that we will reflect on now, honorable Chair, honorable members, will be only from when the institution was its own standalone and separate entity required to produce financial statements. It was an institution the 1 year before the purple outcomes you see, but that was a dormant entity where in setting it up, they had just given life to the legal entity, but operationally, the transfer of all the assets and liabilities and the operations only occurred in the 1920 financial year. So from if we then reflect from the 1920 financial year, honorable Chair, honorable members would then note on the top left-hand side of your screen that unfortunately the institution has been plagued with achieving unfavorable audit outcomes in this regard. Honorable Chair, honorable members would recall that when we talk about the audit outcomes, clean audit meaning financially unqualified, no material findings on your level of how well you've reported on your performance information, as well as no material findings on your ability to have observed the key legislations and the laws and regulations of the country as and when you are executing your responsibilities. So all three of those elements have to apply at the same time for you to then get an unqualified with no findings. And unfortunately, qualified with findings, which is the purple one, means that when we look at the financial statements of the institution, there were elements that were not compliant with the financial reporting framework, for which then the audit office was not happy and satisfied with, and ultimately we then expressed the qualified audit outcome on those particular aspects. So qualified means except for those areas, the rest of the financial statements are fine, but those areas that we identified that were not compliant with the financial reporting framework, those were then significant enough for us to then express a qualified audit outcome. Unfortunately, honorable Chair, honorable members, then the outcomes then progressively got slightly worse. As you can see over the past financial years, the institution then got a disclaimer of audit outcomes, which means that as a National Audit Office, we did not express a view on the financial statements that were presented to us by management because of the limitations that were experienced in during the audit process. Joyce will then give us a little bit more detail in terms of what those limitations are and what they're related to. In the interest of time, honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm now going to hand over to Ms. Nkonyana with your permission and indulgence, Chair, who will then deal with the detail in terms of what we've just outlined and discussed. Joyce, over to you.
Thank you, Andres. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister, the department, colleagues from the Postbank, as well as the public at large. My name is Joyce Nkonyana. As Andres has already introduced me, I'm the engagement manager that is responsible for the audit of the Postbank. So what I'm basically going to take you through, I'm going to take you through the details of what ultimately led to the audit outcome that you're seeing on the screen now. So just to go through a little bit more detail on what are the issues that we are identifying as we're doing the audit. So these issues are issues that have been present in the environment for the past 3 to 4 years. Some of them are issues that are inherited from the South African Post Office. For example, the contract to distribute to do the SASSA grant payment, it's something that was entered into when the Postbank was still a division of the Post Office. So the expectation there was there should have been controls in place to ensure that the process of recording the amounts that are being distributed, as well as what remains at the end of the financial year after distribution, is properly recorded and reflected, so that the user has a full appreciation of what is the grant amount beneficiary that has not been distributed at the end of the financial year. This is an amount that is shown in the financial statement as other deposit grants. So what has occurred, or what made it impossible for the past 4 years, more than actually 4 years, including the years when the Postbank was still a division, was that we had challenges placing reliance on the system that generates the information that ultimately records the liability that should be shown at the end of the financial year. So there's a grant payment system, which is called the IGPS, that is used. When the purchase of this IGPS was done, there are a lot of key controls that were not embedded in the system, which therefore then made it vulnerable to quite a lot of manipulation. In some cases, what we'll notice is that there'll be transactions that will happen and those transactions will be deleted. Anyone can easily get access. There are quite a lot of users that we are not sure if they're valid users or not. So there's quite a lot of activities that we don't really deem to be valid transactions that are happening. So at the end of the day, they're making the amount that is shown at the end of the financial year being an unreliable figure for us to confirm and indicate that we have obtained some sort of reasonable assurance. So we have reported this other deposit grants in the 2020 year. Management was not able to provide us with adequate supporting information to be able to substantiate the figure that they've reported. And it was sitting at 5 billion at that time. 2021, it was the same thing. 2022, also the same issues were reported. So the root cause still remains the same. Management is unable to come up with processes to enable them to accurately record the figure that is reported, which is also has a valid audit trail that can be auditable. And then the other issue, the issues that we've identified that has also been reported over the years is the issue of other reserves. So other reserves is actually a take on balance. So this balance was taken over from Post Office. So when the split took place, there was therefore then an amount that needed to be recorded on what is the total assets and total liabilities of the Postbank as a standalone entity. So what is included in there is this amount relating to the other deposit grants. Like I mentioned, that this issue is an issue that started when the Postbank was still a division of Post Office. What's included in the other reserves is the amount that relates to this. So like I mentioned, that we have haven't been able to verify this figure. And as a result, there's a direct impact on the other reserves that is shown in the Postbank financials. And the other one that is affected is transactional and service fee. This is a fee that the entity generates from the SASSA grant payment distribution contract that they have in place. So because we are unable to determine whether the data that is provided to us for audit is a valid and accurate one, therefore it makes it difficult for us to therefore place reliance on the fee that is also generated, as the fee is based on the number of transactions that happen on the whenever the beneficiaries transact. Another one that is fairly new is material losses. So material losses was always reported as an immaterial figure in the financial statements of the Postbank. However, in the current year, it became a large figure. And we also, they recorded a figure of close to 90 million. So what was indicated in the financial statement is that the figure is made out of an incident that took place last year, which was a cyber incident in October. However, when we requested for supporting information to validate whether the amount that has been recorded to confirm if the figure is complete and is accurate, we were not provided with the information, or the information that was provided to us was not adequate in such a way that it allows us to be able to conclude that indeed whatever that they've reported is correct. Intercompany receivables. Intercompany receivables is another area that has been reported for a 2-year period. It could have possibly been reported in 2029, 2020. What occurred is that management was able to utilize the additional time that was granted to them to be able to resolve it. So what sits in this account is basically an account that the Postbank and the Post Office used to share as a joint account for transactions that happened between the two entities. So it's also one of those accounts that are originally coming from when the Postbank was still a division of the Post Office. So when the split took place, they had to accurately allocate which figures should be going where, and what type of items should be sitting with the Postbank and what should be sitting with the post office. So what occurred is that management was unable to correctly do the split within that account, and resulting in additional work that needed to be done in 2019-20 with the assistant of a service provider to correctly allocate the amounts. However, for the 2020-21, no additional time was granted by the Auditor General, so meaning that the information that was provided to us, which was initially not correct, they did not have the extended opportunity that they got in 2020 to correct. So as a result, they ended up with a qualification in their financial statement. And 2022, the very same issue that was identified in 2021 was not corrected. However, in 2022, they were able to correctly account for the intercompany receivable. So the issue that was identified in 2021 still has an impact in the 2022. So they will still need to correct 2021 in order for the account balances. It's a balance that you accumulate every year to be correctly reflected. So some of these issues that we are identifying, Honorable Chair, are issues that can be corrected by the entity. It's just that there's dedication of resources that is required, and there's also dedication of willingness of management to be able to correct the issues. Time as well will need to be invested in order to ensure that the issues are being resolved. So you can sort of see that the issues are actually lying between two main areas, one being the weaknesses that are identified within the grant payment system, and then the other one is that account balance that need to be correctly, amounts need to be correctly allocated to the correct entity and supported accordingly. So this is just an overall reflection on the information or what we have gathered when we did the audit, the financial statement audit. The next information that I'm going to take you through is what we have gathered when we looked at the performance information. So overall performance reported by the bank. So the bank has managed to achieve 29% of their overall targets, 71% were not achieved. Amongst the 71% that was not achieved is the one priority that we've audited, which is to corporatize the bank and acquire a banking license. So they have a performance indicator, one performance indicator in that priority, which is acquire a banking license for the Postbank. So what they were intending to do, they wanted to submit Section 16 banking license application file and provide timely responses to the South African Reserve Bank in order for them to be able to be a step closer to acquiring the banking license. So this was not achieved by the bank. However, when we do the audit, we don't, our key focus is mainly, has management been able to appropriately report or present a fair reflection of the performance within the bank, not necessarily whether did they achieve the necessary service delivery. So from the work that we are tasked to do as auditors, we were comfortable that there are no material findings within the AOPO, and it has been the case since 2019. There has been years where we have identified some material misstatements, but management was able to correct and properly reflect the correct reflection of the performance information. So the impact that we have found, or what we've seen, is that there's opportunity for management to grow their revenue should they get the banking license, the new products that can be added, additional services that can be provided. So the failure to achieve that necessary target, it hinders them from achieving that goal. So the next area that I'm going to provide feedback on is compliance. So compliance is a very key part of a public institution, which is mainly informed by the PFMA and in some instances other prescripts that are applicable in the public sector. So we have done an audit of compliance using the PFMA and other relevant prescripts, And these are the 2, 4, 5 areas that we've identified that the entity needs to place a lot of focus on and interventions to ensure that they improve on their compliance. So the first one, there's a requirement within the PFMA that requires that the accounting authority must ensure that the financial statements are fairly presented, they are prepared in accordance to the framework, and there are no material misstatements within the financial statement. So as you can see, based on the audit opinion that we have reported, that it hasn't been the case. So the financial statements that were presented to us were not fairly presented. They're also not prepared in accordance to the necessary prescripts. And then the second one is also a requirement coming from a PFMA, where it says the accounting authority must take effective steps to ensure that they prevent irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. However, what we've noted when we did the audit is that there is 117 million that has been reported in relation to irregular expenditure in the current year, and then 5.9 million relating to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is in contravention with the PFMA. So the assessment that we've done as well is that we will then look at these issues that are persistent year in and year out, and as a result, making these issues a good indication that there isn't any preventative mechanisms within the entity to ensure that these issues do not persist. Another one is on procurement and contract management. We noted that some contracts that were not awarded in an economical manner, which contravenes also the FMA, which requires that the accounting authority must have oversight and ensure that the procurement prescripts are complied with. And consequence management, when we looked at the irregular expenditure and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we noted that the accounting authority does not have disciplinary steps in place to ensure that the officials that have contravened are held accountable. So what we noted is that there isn't any mechanism in place specifically for the Postbank on how the consequence management will be done. Reliance is still placed on the post office, which also has its own struggle as an entity. Revenue management. So the Postbank, the biggest data that it has, it relates to the SASSA revenue that it needs to collect from SAPO. So SAPO collects the revenue from SASSA directly, and then they must then give a portion of what is owed to the Postbank to them. However, they have been failing to collect that money, which accounts for a larger debt in the Postbank's books. When we evaluated to see if in accordance with the PFMA, are they following the correct processes to ensure that the money is being collected, we could not find that evidence. And as a result, we therefore reported that there's a material non-compliance. In this slide, I just want to show you the growing trend that we are noting when we're performing the audit, that the irregular expenditure, which started as 0, has now grown to 207 over the last 3 years. So this is an area that we are advising that there must be close monitoring and close attention paid to prevent future growth. So the entity is moving on an upward trend on the irregular expenditure that we are noting. So a lot of the irregular expenditure is as a result of the procurement processes not being properly followed, which are therefore then resulting in the growing trend. And also what we noted is that the failure to take a consequence management process is also potentially be directly contributing to the growing irregular expenditure. So like I mentioned, there isn't any formal process that is in place. So you request for a policy, you request for procedures, they would not be able to grant you that because it's not in place. And then the other area that we report on as an institution, I'm sure you're now familiar with the material irregularities. Material irregularities came as a result of our organization wanting to enforce accountability. So what we have in place is we have a mechanism to ensure that the roles and the responsibilities as prescribed by the PFMA are enforced through the material irregularity. So how we go about it, or what's the starting point? We identify certain issues that we feel they are material enough for us to take them through the process. Those issues will include non-compliance, contravention. If we identify any fraud, we identify any theft, a breach of fiduciary duty, using the audit method that we do to identify those issues during an audit period. And those issues should, when we assess them, we'll evaluate whether they result in a material financial loss, misuse or loss of material public resource, or a substantial harm to the general public. Once we've identified that issue, what we do is that there are two processes in which we can follow. One, we can therefore refer the matter to a relevant public body for further investigation. So this will be in instances where we maybe have limitations, or we have fraud that is taking place. So as you may know that as an institution, identifying fraud is not, we can identify it, but we can't conclude on fraud. It's not within our mandate. So in such instances, we'll identify the appropriate public body that can therefore do further investigation and take appropriate action. In another option that we can take, which is an internal process, it's what we call the remedial action process. So how the remedial action process starts is that after we have notified the accounting authority, before we even get to that stage, we would have engaged with management. We would have tried to find a solution with management. Failure to do that, we therefore then start engaging with the accounting authority. We'll formally inform the accounting authority through what we call a notification. We'll indicate within the notification what should be implemented and what has gone wrong, and offer the accounting authority an opportunity to respond to the material irregularity or to act on this material irregularity. We'll allow them time. They'll provide us with responses, what they've done or what they're planning to do. We'll evaluate it. Should we then identify that the plans that they have in place or whatever that they have done is not appropriate to resolve the material irregularity, we therefore then move to the next level, which is issue a recommendation. So the recommendation will also be in a form of a notification. In that recommendation, we will therefore then be saying, do 1, 2, 3 within a specific time. So we would have identified the issues, the gaps that are still within the system that are resulting in the material irregularity, and then indicate a recommendation with limited timelines. Failure to do that, and then we move to the next level, which is taking binding remedial action. Binding remedial action is now we are enforcing a recommendation. It's no longer a recommendation which you can choose not to implement or to implement. It's a binding remedial action which should be acted on. Failure to do that, we therefore then move to the last step, which is to issue a certificate of debt. So issuing a certificate of debt, it will be issued directly to the accounting authority that have failed to take appropriate action. So slides, it basically just talks about the different roles and responsibilities. I've mentioned the different steps that are involved in this material irregularity, but basically an accounting authority is the one that takes the ultimate responsibility. And this is purely because the PFMA talks about responsibility that is tasked upon the accounting authority. The role of the committee yourselves, you can provide support and just follow up on the material irregularity when there's a public body involved. Also just get progress on how far the public body is in investigating the issues. And then the slide talks directly to the material irregularities that we've identified specifically for Postbank. So for Postbank, we have two issues that we are currently following up. There are other matters that are still in the pipeline. As soon as they are concluded, we'll therefore then make them known and present in the next session that we'll have with the committee. So what we have here, we have two issues. So these two issues were basically identified when the Postbank was still a division of Post Office. Because the issues are still happening even to date, and we're still seeing quite a lot of losses that are taking place as a result of that. That is the reason why we pursued this matter. And looking at the amounts that are involved, we're looking at one instance, it's about 13 million, the other one is about 68 million. So the quantitative losses that are being suffered by the entity are the part of the reasons why, even though the issue was identified a while back, and it was an issue that took place while still Postbank was a division of Post Office. So how we are pursuing it now is that the Postbank, as a standalone entity, had the opportunity to correct the wrongs that were done in the past. They have a functioning accounting authority that should have implemented the controls or identified, the areas where there are bleeding funds, and came up with processes to ensure that they limit the financial loss that they continue to suffer. So this is all coming from the SASSA contract that they have in place via the post, where they're a part of it through the post office. So within that process, there's a card management process that needs to be properly monitored and guided. This is a process that allows the perpetuators of fraud to get access to the cards in order for them to fraudulently withdraw beneficiaries' funds. What we've identified is that process of managing those cards does not function as well as you would expect it to function. And as a result, it just makes it easier for fraudsters to easily withdraw, funds, and with no one tracing. And the other one was the exposure of the issuer master key. So the issuer master key is a very important feature in the cards, in your ATM cards. So in the Postbank, what happened is that there was an incident where that was exposed, making the cards that are being used by the beneficiaries vulnerable to fraud. So what we indicated, or what was indicated, the directive that was issued by the Reserve Bank when that incident took place, was that the bank should look at replacing their entire card set, which to date the cards have not been replaced. They're still in use. You also might have seen that this has been quite a large number of growing cyber incidents that have been reported. So all of that is all contributing towards a bank that is very vulnerable to quite a lot of cyber incidents. Okay, and then just to conclude on this, where this material irregularities are currently sitting, the accounting authority was notified. The accounting authority had a chance to provide us with responses. They have responded. When we made an assessment of the responses, we were not comfortable that there are adequate processes in place to ensure that this does not occur in the future, as we are seeing a growing number of incidents that are taking place. So we are in the process of referring this matter. So maybe just to mention that there's another issue that was identified in the Post Office, also relating to the grant payment, fraudulent transactions that are taking place, which was referred to the DPCI, currently being investigated. So for completeness of the investigation, we felt that these two issues should also be included and be investigated together with the others. So we have been closely engaging with the Hawks while in the process of trying to refer these issues. Right, and then the next one is just financial management within the entity. So I'd just like to highlight that the entity overall is not making losses. They've realized a profit in the current year. There was a loss that was recognized in the previous year. We also had a look at overall their financial position, and we noted that their financial position is actually positive. It's not bad, but we just have a growing concern in terms of, one, the profit that we noted is not as a result of the entity having grown their revenue or having reduced their expenses. Is as a result of an account entry that has resulted or shown some sort of profit. So we're concerned that there's a growing number of losses that are being suffered by the entity. The one contract that was meant to grow their revenue, which is the SASSA, is now ultimately one of the reasons why the entity is recording large losses. So we're just concerned about the internal controls that the entity has as a bank. A bank is supposed to be guided and has world-class type of internal controls that you expect to find. What we noted is that the entity has a lot of rearrangements within at a more operational level to ensure that they close all the possible loopholes in place within the process where the entity can easily lose funds, to ensure that they safeguard the healthy financial position that they find themselves in. Also, just to mention, there's a variation order that has been issued against the Postbank by the South African Reserve Bank. The variation order also has been warning the entity against the internal controls, that internal controls must be improved, and also pointing out the cyber incidents that have been taking place, and placing also limitations for the entity to introduce new products, which then ultimately affects, their ability to grow their revenue. So those are like the key concerns that we have, but overall the entity has a healthy financial position. So what you're seeing here is basically just to give you a view of the different role players within the SASSA contract that should be closely monitored. And also what we did is that we tried to also just on a high level highlight where the loopholes are within the process to indicate, where the money is being lost throughout that SASSA value chain. So we have different role players. We have Postbank, we have Post Office, we have the other service providers, we have the Department of Home Affairs that also plays a role. We have SASSA itself. Throughout the process, when the funds flow, what we noted when we did the audit is that there will be a large set of internal control weaknesses that are just making it impossible, that they're making it possible for invalid beneficiaries to find themselves within the system. Beneficiaries that are no longer alive to still be getting grant payment. Different role players that are playing multiple roles to find themselves within the value chain, which then ultimately just makes it easier for money to be withdrawn within the value chain process. So this is also, it will also assist understanding the different value chain in terms of accountability and responsibility, and also identifying where the issues should be corrected and what the focus areas should be when the committee ultimately takes the further step to address the internal control weaknesses that we are raising currently. So also just to zoom in on the cyber incident that took place last year. So in response to this cyber incident, just to mention, it's a cyber incident that took place in October 2021. We were still in the process of finalizing the audit. As you may recall that the 2020 and the 2021 audit was delayed, which then it fell outside of the normal audit cycle. So we were not made aware of the incident that took place by management. It's something that we also became aware of it when it was reported on the media. The accounting authority had the opportunity to present the issue to us. However, it was not presented. When it came to our knowledge, what we did as an institution, as that became an audit risk, we therefore embarked on an intensified focused audit, where we specifically try to understand the areas of weaknesses within the system, also try to understand how much has been lost, also try and understand who could potentially be implicated in the cyber incident. We therefore noted the ease in which it is for anyone to come within the system and take the role of a valid official, transact however much they want, and therefore after that delete the logs without anyone keeping or without anyone noticing. And also we noted that there isn't any also controls in place to be able to detect and respond quickly as possible within the environment, which is a huge concern for a bank. The incident itself, it came to the entity's attention after a beneficiary noted an inflated account or something suspicious within their account, which is also a concern, taking into effect the fact that it wasn't the entity itself that noted that there was money that was being withdrawn. So after they noted or they noticed or after the beneficiary came through, they therefore then realized that there are accounts that are being inflated and money is being withdrawn. The large withdrawals took place within KZN and Gauteng. And when we zoom closely to try and figure out who could potentially be implicated, we noted that they've done a very good job in hiding the trails. And this is simply because the system that is being used by the entity allows for transactions to be deleted, and it allows for individuals to take over accounts of officials. And it's a system that also allows for individuals to assume roles that are not roles, that multiple roles that can be acted by a single individual. For example, you find an individual that is a branch manager, and that very same individual is a teller. So meaning that if I want to issue a card to myself, I can do so with ease because I can do the card, the initiation of the card. I can approve the card as the manager. I can issue the card. So there isn't any preventative controls that would therefore ensure that that does not happen. When I want to unblock cards, I can do so. When I want to change the amount that is sitting within the account, I can easily do so. So those were controls that we, control weaknesses that we noted that are easily facilitating fraudulent transactions happening within the environment. So we had an intensive discussion with the different role players and providing also the outcome of what we have identified. Maybe just to also indicate, Honorable Chair, is that this was not a forensic investigation that was done by us as the Auditor General. We did the work simply to respond to the audit risk that we've identified. However, the information that we have done and the amount of work that we have done and what we have gathered is enough to allow for a forensic investigator to be able to identify and enforce consequence management on those that have contravened. So we've also engaged the executive authority. The accounting authority was also closely involved and played a huge role in ensuring that they take the work that we've done forward. They have appointed a forensic auditor, forensic investigation. What we've done is that we have handed over the good work that we've already done for them to just follow up on the last pieces of, going to those different branches that we've identified where the different ATMs where the money were withdrawn, and looking at the cameras to identify who was involved, and also following up on the suspicious individuals that we've identified within the system. So we have a long list of all of that we've handed over. So I can't, that's as far as I could talk about this, as there's an ongoing investigation. And then internal controls, Honorable Chairperson, I've covered majority of the items that we are identifying within the environment. I think I've spoken a lot about internal controls, and the internal controls that I'm talking about sometimes is something as simple as a reconciliation that will then enable you to identify that there is some sort of weaknesses or something is being done within your environment and allowing you to respond quickly. And, the common issues of record management is also an issue that we are identifying. The key importance of record management is that audit trail that allows us to be able to also conclusively conclude, that there's work that's being done behind the scenes before the information is reported. And then we noted that there has been a lot of instability within the leadership role, and the accounting authority was not properly capacitated in the year that we were auditing. The IGPS being the grant payment system, which a lot of the losses come from. We've noted and pointed out the internal control weaknesses there. The issue of policies and procedures that are not in place to ensure that they prevent irregular and fruitless expenditure is one of the internal key control weaknesses in the environment. And there's also an over-reliance on the previous shareholder, which was the post office in this case. So when the split took place, there wasn't immediate independence that the Postbank had. So there's some sort of over-reliance on certain services that are provided, like, for example, the IT infrastructure that they are using. They still share it with the post office, and the post office also has its own issues. And ultimately, this has a huge impact on the Postbank. We've also identified the issue of proper record keeping, which therefore it doesn't allow us to reform the work that they've done. So we have a few recommendations that we have made, basically just implementing all the weaknesses that we've identified within the system. There must also be a proper monitoring process that is properly monitored by someone. There must be a consequence management to also prevent these instances from occurring year in and year out. So a proper tracking system of the audit issues that we identify, and ensuring that there are adequate plans that will be implemented by the entity to ensure that all the internal control weaknesses are corrected. Chairperson, I will leave it, Honorable Chair, I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Mr. Sekreto, I take it that's it on the side.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members. That's it from our side. We do apologize, Honorable Chair. That's why I didn't come in terms of the time allocation. We did go a little bit longer, but I think there was such a lot of information that Joyce needed to share with the committee. That's why it took a bit longer. So we do appreciate the indulgence in the time. We'll now take questions, comments, or input, or be guided by your leadership. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Like I said, we would assess as we move. And we've given you adequate time, I think, to share info, which also says then that in the next presentation, at least it will be just certain points, more particularly the adequate responses to matters raised would be areas of focus. The time is now 10. I wanted to check with yourselves whether you're able to stay until the presentation is done and take questions at that point. But if you are pressed for time, I wanted to ask members then to get an opportunity to clarify themselves on any matter so as to assist the next discussion with the entity itself.
Chair, we are here to serve the committee. So however the committee feels that we should proceed, we are in support of that. Thanks, Chair. We are here. We can wait or we can take questions entirely up to the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. With that having been said, honorable members, so we'll still have the AG with us. I would want us to get the presentation from the entity. As I said, more of the silent points in terms of how they are responding to some of the issues raised, as opposed to repeating the same matters that have already been raised by the HSA itself, and then take a comprehensive discussion of both questions of clarity and our reflections as the committee based on what is before us. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I just wanted to be sure that you still with us. You need to lead the overview on that side, of course, with the guidance we've just given now. Thank you, dear. Over to you, the Honorable Oplan.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to all the honorable members.
Yeah. Sorry, dear. Sorry, dear. Maybe before that, maybe if you can also ask the HSA to just unshare the document. Thank you. Yes, you can proceed, Deputy.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and once more greetings to the honorable members on the platform, members of this committee. And let me also greet the representatives from the Auditor General, and of course the chair of the board of Postbank, and the officials from the department as led by the Acting Director General. Not much from our side, Chair, but just to note the report of the Auditor General, which indeed does paint not a very good story. The picture is quite gloomy that has been painted by the AG. This organization is fairly new, Chair, after it has been separated from the post office. As we all know, that it used to be a division of the South African Post Office, and a decision was taken some time ago to separate this entity. And as you can see, that the performance has been below par. For the 2019-2020 financial year, you can see that the performance was 12.5%. It slightly improved in the next financial year to 19%. And for the last financial year, the performance was 29%, which is still significantly below our expectation. Of course, there might be a number of reasons why this performance is at that level, but it still remains unsatisfactory. Chair, one of the things that we encountered when we came into the department in August last year, we found a situation where the board was not at full capacity. There were few members, I think there were 4 or so members of the board who were active. And we found a lot of positions in the executive management that was not filled. Basically, you had the entire senior, the executive management cohort, which was having acting staff. And there was a moratorium that was placed there by the previous executive authority. So the first thing that we had to do was to begin a process of capacitating the board and ensuring that there is a full-time senior management in place. So I'm happy to report that the leadership instability, which was pointed out by the AG, which existed at the time, is no longer there. Cabinet some few weeks back approved the additional appointment of 5 board members. And so as we speak, the board is fully capacitated. Cabinet has also concurred to the appointment of the chairperson, because at that time we had an acting chairperson. So I'm happy to report that as of today, the board is fully capacitated. We have also engaged with the with the board on the issue of the moratorium, and the minister has agreed that the moratorium must be lifted. And as we speak now, there is a process to fill all the executive positions in the board. So those are some of the improvements that we think that once we attend to the issue of leadership instability, we should be able to stabilize the organization, and the entity should be able to focus on its mandate. You can also pick up, Chair, that there is also an issue of a qualified audit opinion. So the entity at its infancy, the first year, it got a qualified audit opinion, and thereafter disclaimers, audit opinion. And so it's a matter that has also been worried us. We've engaged with the board to attend to some of the issues, particularly the internal control measures that has been raised as a witness by the Auditor General, that the entity must attend to that. Particularly the issue that is raised around the material irregularity, which mainly relates to the SASSA cards, which we have received the update that management is busy in the process of replacing those cards, working with the Reserve Bank. There's also an issue of the recent cyber attack that happened last year in October. We have been very clear to the board that everything else has to be done to identify the perpetrators and to make sure that we recover that money that was lost, which is approximately about 90 million. And so the board has assured us that it's working to follow up that, as we have been reported by the AG, that they have finalized the process of appointing forensic auditors to follow up this matter, to make sure that the funds are recovered. But most importantly, to deal with the ICT environment, because we remain concerned that the board is still vulnerable for this kind of attacks because of the ICT environment. And we have been reported that a process of ICT modernization has been commenced with, and it is management and the board is working on that. The entity will report that the executive position, particularly the CEO, the CFO, the Chief Information Officers, and Chief Audit Executive, will be filled in the near future. I'm told that the adverts will be going out soon, but currently there are officials who are acting in those positions. And there's also a process, Chair, of signing of the shareholder compact with the minister that will ensure that there is sufficient accountability and the necessary control environments are put in place. So that is all what we could say, Chair, but more importantly, we would like to implore on this committee to finalize the process that you are busy with of the parliamentary process on the amendment, the Postbank amendment bill that is before this committee, so that we are able to finalize the licensing, so that this bank can receive the full license from the Reserve Bank, so that we are able to finally conclude the process of corporatization. As you can see that we were not able to perform on that aspect. And as a result, there is a number of services that the bank is not able to offer at this stage because we don't have a full banking license. And the last step of us getting the license is to finalize that process, which is required by the Prudential Authority. But otherwise, the bank is liquid. The liquidity ratio is not a matter of concern, Chair. As you can see that the net profit has significantly improved. And the net loss as well, from 492 to 324, which the bank was experiencing a loss in the previous years, but now there is a net profit of 324 in the last financial year. So the bank is sitting in quite a healthy financial position. But of course, we continue to be worried about some of the governance issues, some of the management failures in the entity. And we think that with the kind of interventions that we're making, we should be able to turn the situation around. If you look at the quarter, the latest performance information available, there has been a slight increase. I think the bank will be reporting about 50% performance as of now. So, Chair, we would like just to make those opening remarks. But as I say, our intention is to fully transform this entity into a fully fledged state bank, so that we are able to bank the unbanked, so that we can be able to extend the financial services to the most marginalized of our communities. With that said, Chair, I would like to thank you very much and to invite the Chair, if you allow me, the Chairperson of the board, to give some brief remarks and allow the executives to take the committee through the report that has been prepared. If you allow me, Chair, I will invite.
Yes, please do.
Tabile, you can come in.
Thank you so very much, Diane. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, colleagues from the department and members of the public. The name is Tabile Wonyi, and I am the chairperson of the Postbank board. Together with me today, I have the interim CEO, Mr. Ndala, interim Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mutsweni, our head of strategy, Mr. Maposa, as well as our company secretary, Ms. Machatlati. The brief remarks, colleagues, from my end is that as evidenced from the report by the Auditor General, that our business seems to be plagued by operational inefficiencies, malpractices, and a gross lack of internal controls. And accordingly, as evidenced, we've been warned that our internal control environment is very weak. And as we will know that operating an entity with such a weak control environment, you are effectively exposing yourself to many organizational malpractices, as well as mismanagements that could lead to material losses to the business. There also obviously appears to be an entrenched culture within our business of lack of accountability and a gross lack of consequence management. Of course, this dilemma has gone for some time, for many years, and it's only marginally visible when we start to ask questions. And we, as the board, have shared with management that this age of irresponsibility must end, has got to end today. There's also no capacity at the executive level, and many colleagues are acting in much higher positions. And that's something, as DM mentioned, that we are working on. Within the next week or two, we will be going out to advertise for the positions of the CEO, CFO, CIO, company secretary, as well as the chief information officer. Colleagues, what we are then busy with internally, I suppose, to address many things that you have heard on the AG's presentation, that our internal control environment has got to be bolstered, as we can no longer afford the status quo. And of course, we need to make it a point that as the bank, we maintain a sound internal control environment in order to strengthen our business. And the other thing that we are busy focusing on is to promote a culture of adherence to internal controls, governance practices, processes and controls that are befitting that of a banking institution. It's been shared earlier that SAPO and the Postbank have been joined on the hip for many years. As such, our infrastructure does not mirror, our IT infrastructure does not mirror that of a bank. And that's one of the initiatives present that we're working on through the IT modernization, to make it a point that we create the necessary firewalls, we create the necessary security, and we hive off our infrastructure from that of SAPO, so as to make it a point that we've got the sufficient controls around our IT environment to limit and to minimize the scourge of the fraudulent activities that we seem to be vulnerable or exposed to. And then one other initiative is to make it a point that we bolster our procurement as well as our contract management processes, purely because where there are leaks and weaknesses around control contract management processes, you will then see the collusion between the entity or the staff as well as the suppliers. And that's something that we're busy working on to make it a point that we limit the exposure to the bank. And of course, one other big focus is to address the audit issues as outlined by our colleagues from the AG, and more so, I mean, for the previous years, to make it a point that at least we bring sound control as well as operational management within the bank. Perhaps then to touch on the future What are we focusing on? On top of our focus is to make it a point, number one, that we get out of the disclaimer or the uninspiring audit opinion environment to turn our fortunes around. We've got a sound plan that I believe our CEO should be able to share with the committee. And then secondly, we are focusing on the Section 16 application process to make it a point that the Postbank becomes the bank of the people. Postbank becomes a retail bank with all the transactional banking capabilities. We are working hard to make it a point that we address the issues as raised by the South African Reserve Bank on their variation notice. And the start of that is through the IT modernization. And of course, other exciting projects that we're looking at is to, in line with fixing our environment, to make it a point that we are able to issue cards. You can't run a bank, you can't even attempt to run the business of a bank without capabilities of issuing cards or without having cards in circulation. A part of that is to make it a point that we've got ATMs, Postbank ATMs. Part of that is to modernize our IT environment, is to modernize our omni-channels so that our customers, our SASSA beneficiaries that are currently getting their grants through our systems, that are able, number one, to interact with the bank through an app, to interact with the bank through internet banking, and to be able to buy, for instance, the airtimes, data, electricity, etc., that we call the value-adding services. So those are some of the exciting projects that presently we're working on. Of course, one key layer is to make it a point that our IT environment will support such initiatives. And then, of course, to work, on closing the audit items. And of course, we are also motivated by the work that the committee is doing, in its quest to find the lasting solutions to SAP and what the post office is going through. Why this becomes key for the Postbank? It's purely because we deliver some of our services through that channel. Post office is one of our channels, and looking at the spread and their vast infrastructure, it then becomes so key, I suppose, for our delivery model to make it a point that SAPO is working purely because of their reach. We're talking about pay points that are plus 1,200. Looking at, at the established banks, you'll find that their points are way below that, which then means that, a working SAPO becomes so vast and great for the Postbank, if I may. And then, of course, the other thing, honorable members, that I wish to impress on, notwithstanding, of course, the lackluster results that you have seen, and evidently the mammoth work that was seized with that we've got to, we are hard again at work to make it a point that we've got initiatives that will impact our top line, our revenue positively. And of course, to manage the cost base, to manage the unnecessary leaks. And part of that is then to hold management, is then to hold people that are entrusted with responsibilities accountable, and more especially around the fraudulent incidents, more especially around fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure. We are saying, Chairperson and honorable members, that the Postbank is turning, the page. The age of irresponsibility is past us, and we will hold everyone accountable. And lastly, on the incident that unfortunately happened last year, which the colleagues from the AG have reported extensively on. We want to make a firm commitment to the committee to say that we will do everything in our power to follow the money. We will do everything in our power to hold those that will be found responsible, accountable. We will do everything in our power to strengthen our environment, to minimize and to reduce the exposure that Postbank seems to be exposed to, more especially to criminal activities. So, Chairperson, we are inspired and encouraged by the work that this committee is doing to make it a point that it drives the Postbank Amendment Act, because we see that as a new leaf in our quest to build a bank that we can all be proud of, a bank that will enable the marginalized, the unbanked, and the underbanked to transact in a cost-effective manner, to transact in a secure and safe environment, to transact at the lower of cost, and of course in a safe environment. So that's the brief, Chairperson, from my end. I will therefore at this point invite our acting CEO, Mr. Lucas Ndala, to take us through the presentation. Ndala, I will implore you as the Chairperson had requested to not to repeat what, of course, our colleagues from the AG had spoken about, and impress more so on the initiatives that are doing in response to, of course, the status quo. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, my chairman of the board. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, to the Honorable members of the committee, to the Deputy Minister, the colleagues from DCDT, and my colleagues from the bank. And thanks for being with us here today. I will be sharing the screen shortly. Okay, let me just share. Okay, thanks. Thanks and thanks again for giving us the opportunity to come and present to the Honorable Committee. As part of our presentation, and also taking a leaf from some of the questions that has come through from the previous portfolio committees, we thought that it was very useful that we give a brief history and strategy overview of the bank, as it puts quite a bit of context in terms of who we are and where we're going. If you look at the history of the Postbank, the bank was first established in around 1822 as a savings bank. And then in around 1875, it became a state-owned savings bank. And at the time, about 100 post offices started providing services on behalf of this savings bank back then. And then eventually, the services were made available across all the post offices in the country. And around 1910, it was amalgamated into the post office as part of the then, Union of South Africa. And some of the early products that the bank offered at the time was the Union Loan Certificate, National Savings Certificate, saving books, and various investments. So it was a savings bank, an investment bank that encouraged, people to save in various areas. And if you look on the continuation of that, we also see that around 2010, the Postbanks Act was promulgated, and this was to create the Postbank as a standalone entity. And then around 1 April 2019, we were carved out of the post office into a separate legal entity. So we moved from being a division of the post office to being a subsidiary of the post office. And all the assets and liabilities were split accordingly. And I think during this time, we also started the process of applying for a license, but around 2016, we were given a Section 13 license, which was not a full banking license. So it's more of a savings bank license. And also we drove to start applying for a full banking license. And during that period, it was then that it was established that the post office cannot be a shareholder of reference, and it necessitated that a bank controlling company be formed. And hence, the Postbank Amendment Bill that is in front of the Portfolio Committee to create the mechanism to create the bank controlling company, which will be the holding company, and this company will be owned by the department, which will then be the shareholder of reference for the bank. With this said, I think then it will enable us to start our process of applying for a full banking license, subject to us making sure that we have fulfilled the Reserve Bank variation notice requirements, as well as making sure that we've got key management staff that has been vetted and meet the fit and proper requirements of the Reserve Bank. And then we will submit the application. If you look at our mandate is to drive financial inclusion on a cost-effective basis. And To that extent, I think we've been, as the Postbank, we've been running quite a lot of financial literacy education amongst the various communities, including rural communities. So I'll encourage members of the Honorable Committee and the public that are here, you can follow us on social media and you'll see the various initiatives that we are currently driving. And I think this is a little bit of a longer chronological order of the events of the bank, from around 1822 to where we are currently at. And you can see that, the bank has gone through quite a very exciting journey throughout the years. And, it has stood the test of time in terms of, the various evolution that it has been going through. And you can see also around, the Postbank Amendment Bill that we are indicating there in orange. That is quite key for us. And also, the potential launch of our new corporate identity. And then we're looking at having a full banking license in the coming year once the Postbank Amendment Bill has been facilitated and approved. In terms of our strategy overview, I think it's quite key that in terms of our vision, we want to be a trusted partner to government on financial inclusion. As we know that, a majority of our people have been historically left out of the banking environment, and more so the financial services sector. And our mission is to offer inclusive and accessible, simple and affordable banking solutions, and through diverse and secure channels, because it's quite key that the channel that we provide, our customers can be confident that it will provide them with a secure way of transacting, but over and above that, secure their investments as well. And also, we want to be a bank of choice for government, business, and individual customers, mostly in the underserved communities. Some of the core values that we aspire to is it's around accountability. So we are driving a lot of accountability within the management team at the moment to making sure that we resolve some of the issues that we've seen in the past, and also making sure that we set the right performance standards and we hold people accountable, and also we can solve problems within the banks that we've been encountering. We are committed to being part of the community so that we can deliver tangible and positive contributions in the community that we operate in. And I think one of our key things around collaboration, we will work with our various stakeholders from government and the various entities and the public in making sure that we make the bank very successful. And I think one of our key stakeholders in this environment is the South African Post Office. As a lot of our front end is through the South African Post Office, and it has been like that for many, many years, as I've alluded to previously. We are passionate and committed at heart, so it's one of the key things that we are driving. And also, if you meet the bank, some of our key staff in the bank, you'll realize the passion that emanates within the bank. And another area that we're driving is around personal growth. So this is where we're looking at, how do we as a bank ensure that we can drive, talent management within the bank that will ensure that, we can grow the bank, but also grow ourselves as a business into the various areas. And lastly, it's around making sure that whatever we do, we can do it on a cost-effective basis. So it's around efficiency. And this also talks to the various technologies that we invest in to make sure that the bank can succeed. Some of the strategic initiatives at a high level that we are driving, it's 4 key pillars that we are driving with various initiatives under each pillar. I think the first one is around attaining we aim to attain the retail and business bank. And I think it has been spoken to at length, and also some of the challenges that we have hit in terms of attaining this. Secondly, it's around achieving financial stability. And you'll see later on as we talk about the bank that, the bank has been financially stable, but it's to ensure that going forward, we can be sustainable into the future. And we can be able to grow the revenues and be able to bring new product sets, including both for the new and existing customers. But also what's key is also how do we grow new market segments to ensure that, we continue to drive in the right direction. And lastly, and it's something that's very key within the banking sector, it's around the cost to income ratio. Generally, you'd want to keep your cost to income ratio below 60%, because once it goes above that, then it becomes quite a bit of a challenge. The other key pillar is around the enhancing organizational productivity. And this talks to, how do we drive the customer experience? Because whatever we do as a bank, the customer has to be at the center of anything that we do. Through that, I think it's the best way that you will grow the bank. Then the IT modernization project that we are currently working on, we believe that this will be one of the key initiatives that will ensure that the bank can address some of the historical challenges, but also be able to move forward in a way that gives the bank the confidence to grow, but also to innovate and be relevant to its stakeholders. And also, how do we capacitate with the right skills in the right areas to make sure that the bank can become, a truly state bank that embarks on making sure that, financial inclusion is not only spoken about, but it's brought into action. And lastly, it's around increasing business accountability. So how do we start to drive governance within the bank, and ensuring that we strengthen the various accountability levels within the organization, starting from the management level all the way to the board, and taking it all the way through up to this committee in terms of how we account to this committee. And also it's around how we contribute to SMME and cooperative development. And as you know that in the past, I think there's been a lot of questions to us around that we've been including the big retailers in our channel. Now we've started onboarding some of our spaza shops into this channel. And yes, it does come with its own challenges that we are addressing as we go along. As you know that some of the challenges that we have is with the foreign-owned spaza shops, but we've put the right mechanisms in line with the FICA requirements to ensure that we don't fall foul of the law. And I think then the key other aspect is making sure that we transition into a state bank. And I think some of the key things that we'll need to achieve to get there, I think it's around the amendment bill that's currently in front of the Honorable Portfolio Committee, and then also updating our application license, the IT modernization that we already indicated that we far advanced on it, which will address some of the regulatory requirements, and also implementing our channel strategy to make sure that we can enhance our reach within our communities, but also ensuring that we move with technology, and we can also ensure that the most marginalized can be brought into the digital age that we are all talking about. And lastly, it's around making sure that we continue to provide all the services on a cost-effective basis to benefit our customers. I think some of the key regulatory metrics that maybe is quite key that maybe I highlight here, if we look at the last 3 years, one of the key ones is around the capital adequacy ratio as set by the Reserve Bank, and the other one is the liquidity ratio. So if you look from the time that we established, I think the minimum requirement is around 30%. In 2020 financial year, we were sitting at 63%, moving down to 55%. And I think due to COVID, we saw a lot of people also dipping into their savings. And it's something that has been happening throughout the banking sector, where people have been dipping into their savings due to the impact of COVID that we've seen over the years. And in the last year, it dropped down to around 46%. In terms of the liquidity cover, we are very liquid. The bank requires that to become 100% liquid, but where we're sitting now, we are about 19 times in 2020, increasing to 20 times in 2021, and then 21 times in the last financial year, which is 2022. So you can see that the bank has got very strong regulatory matrices. Then jumping onto our annual reports, starting with the 2020 annual report, I'll start with the corporate plan. In this year, we had set ourselves about 16 KPIs. We didn't do well, we only achieved 2. Resulting in an overall percentage of about 13%. And some of the key challenges that have been alluded to is a high vacancy rate, as well as the instability in the leadership that impacted on the execution of the strategy. When we look at the key financial highlights, you can see that net profit in the 2020 financial year was sitting at 224 million. With a net cash from operating activities of 4.5 billion, with the total assets of 14 billion. And the total revenue that we generated in this year was 2.2 billion, sitting with investments of about 7.1 billion. And our return on assets has been very pedestrian at about 2%. And then also our capital adequacy, which I've already highlighted, at 63, and liquidity ratio at 19 over 1,900%. And also the ratio that this year we couldn't measure is the JOS ratio. Basically, the JOS ratio measures your increase in your revenue less your increase in costs. So if your costs increases at a higher ratio than your revenue, then it means that you start eating into your your sustainability. So you will need to make sure that you bring your cost in line. And then in this year, we saw our cost to income ratio of about 46%. And some of the highlights in this year, I think it was when we set up the bank. So I think that in itself was quite a highlight, as we were set as a separate legal entity as the Postbank. I'm not going to talk much on the opinion, but some of the issues that we are driving is around making sure that we can drive the reconciliation process that the Auditor General has raised. We are in a process of appointing a service provider that can help us to automate some of these reconciliation processes. And we believe that by doing that, we will improve some of our areas on addressing some of these issues. And what we've also done is that we are tracking this on a month-to-month basis to see how are we resolving quite a number of issues that the Auditor General has raised to ensure that we can evolve ourselves in the future that we want to see in future. Then if we move to the 2021 financial year, we can see here in terms of our corporate plan, we had 21 items that we are measuring. In this year, we only managed to achieve 4, which resulted in an overall score of about 19%. Some of the challenges that we saw in this year, that was the onset of COVID, which resulted in hard lockdown and restrictions. And we know that for all of us, it was a big challenge to transition to a new way of working. But also, the high vacancy rate, as well as the instability, continued to plague the bank during this financial year. When we move on to the key financial highlights, you'll see that in this year, you'll see the prior year, there was some restatement that happened. So there were some costs as part of the transitioning of the bank. As you always know, that the take-on balances, there's always challenges. So there were costs that came through that necessitated that we restate some of our net profit, and also that comes from the adjustment of the cleaning up of the opening balances, as the Auditor General has alluded to. But in this year, we saw the bank having a loss of 492 million. And I have to highlight that this year is the year that we have to take what we call an expected credit loss. Basically, you look at your debtors and basically using an actuarial method, you estimate, or on a probability basis, you calculate what is your default risk, and basically you make a provision for that. So in this year, we had provided for 800 million. So if you strip out that 800 million, the bank continued to be profitable. So the 800 million that we provided for is the one that put a blot on that. And the two major areas in that was the Reserve Bank, sorry, not the Reserve Bank, the Land Bank, where we had an investment in some of the Land Bank bonds, which we had to take a write down on, as well as the Post Office, which owes us quite a bit of money. I think at the moment, at the end of the financial year, it was just like over 2 billion. Total assets also declined, and in line with the what we've indicated that the total assets, sorry, the to 11 billion. But with COVID, people were dipping into their savings, so we saw that impacting us. And also our revenue in this year also dropped slightly to about 2.1 billion. And then our investments were also down to 4.5 billion from about 7.1 billion. And then we reflecting a negative return on assets. Our capital adequacy ratio remained stronger at about 55%, with the liquidity cover ratio still sitting strong at about over 20 times, which was over 2,000%. And in this year, the JOS ratio, you could see that it was at about a positive 21%, which was quite not too bad. But with the cost to income ratio also going slightly higher than what we'd have liked to see. And I think some of the operational highlights in this year, we've seen us being part of the clearing system participant within the Reserve Bank in terms of the NPS Act. So this is one of the highlights where we were given the designation as the Postbank. Then I think the issues that are coming from the Auditor General, I think actually in terms of the resolution thereof, I think it's not much different from the previous one, as the issues are the same from the previous financial year. So I'm not going to dwell too much onto it, as the Auditor General has already spoken at length at this. But I think addressing the issue of reconciliations in some of those historical issues, I think it's going to be quite key, but also ensuring that we implement the right controls going into the future, which is something that we are currently, as the management team, working quite aggressively on. Then on the 2022 financial year, in this year, we had about 28 KPIs that we are measuring. And then out of this, we managed to achieve 8 KPIs, which translated into a 29% achievement. And during this year, I think some of the key challenges that we saw was the variation notice from the Reserve Bank, whereby the Reserve Bank issued us with a variation notice. And some of the things that came out of the variation notice was that we needed to migrate our IT environment into a Tier 3 compliant environment. Secondly, we needed to replace the compromised cards and appoint a card scheme that can do that. So we are in the process of doing that, and we are quite advanced in terms of appointing a card scheme. And then the other limitations that the Reserve Bank put on us was that we couldn't issue new bank cards or launch new products. So we were unable to effectively grow the bank. So we were operating the bank in a steady state during this period. And then the other challenge that we had is that the ministerial moratorium on us around long-term procurements as well as appointment of executives continued to plague us. And during this time, we couldn't necessarily do anything that would change the bank. And I think some of the projects that were impacted during this period where we were looking at doing an SMS alert messaging, some of the ATM business case, as well as other initiatives that would have helped us to drive the revenues of the bank, including looking at other potential areas like modernization of our environment to ensure that we can be able to launch new product and create a digital enablement for our customer base. If we look on the operational highlights, in this current financial year, our profit was about 324 million. Included in the 324 million, there was slightly above, I think just over 130 million or so of reversal of a provision on the 800 million that was made in the prior year. So we are still sitting with quite a big provision on the ECL, over around 700 million or so. Then the net cash was a bit positive at 2.2 billion from operating activities. And we also saw our assets recovering a bit from 11 billion to 13 billion. And also our revenue continued to be almost flat at about 2 billion. And then our investment was slightly higher at about 5 billion, with our total return on assets slightly improving to 2.57%. Our capital adequacy ratio remains stronger at about 46%, even though it reduced slightly, but our liquidity still maintained a positive trend of over 20 times or 21 times. Then on the JOS ratio, this is where we also saw our JOS ratio looking a bit negative. But there were quite a number of costs that were coming through, but we are looking at making sure that we address this. And I think one of the key things is around the material irregularity with the fraud issue that was also highlighted in the Auditor General's report and also by the previous speakers. And this also saw us as generating a cost-to-income ratio of over 75%, which was not good for us. In terms of some of the operational highlights, I think this is the one time when we also, we're doing the SRD disbursements. I think this is the 350s. We were the only bank at the time that raised our hand when government wanted to roll out the SRD 350. Most of the big banks were not keen on the business, and we raised our hand. And we were quite innovative in that it was based on your customer cell phone number, ID number, And then we created a mechanism in which you could withdraw money from any retailer, and including the post office, in a secure way. And it's one of the solutions that has been very, very secure, where we have not seen any incidents of fraud. And during this time, we onboarded over, I think it was in the first round, I think it was over 5 million or so customers, and which increased to about 8 million. We did this in less than 2 months, which I believe that, it shows that when the bank is passionate about something, it will continue to drive it. And we continue to drive this SRD grants. And I think in the 2021 financial year, I think we paid over 13 billion. And then in the current year, it's over 15 billion. So that's the amount of money that we've managed to pay through the bank. The outcomes as well, I think here what I will highlight is the forensic audit that we are going through. The work is continuing. We're also collaborating with the Hawks in working on this area to ensure that, the investigation is seamless, and, the sharing of information. But the way we've also addressed it is that the investigation should also help us where there's a need for prosecution. It can also help us to present the evidence accordingly. So normally with your cyber risk is that you tend to have quite a lot of compromise, which might also be initiated internally. So we're leaving no stones unturned in making sure that we can comprehensively address this. But we've also started putting measures in place to ensure that we continue to mitigate the risk. And our IT modernization will help us in making sure that the Postbank IT environment is completely isolated, but also we can put tools that can mitigate some of the current challenges that we are seeing to make sure that we've got real-time responses, unlike currently where we're more reactive rather than proactive. So those are some of the key things that we are currently working on. Chairperson, maybe just in closing, we just show an overview for the last quarter, which are 2 quarters that ended now in September. Here in this quarter, we are measuring 14 KPIs, and I know this is not part of the annual report, but I just said maybe it's quite key that we just give it as a highlight, as an annexure. And you can see that we continue to show improvement. We're measuring 14 KPIs. The ones that were falling in the current quarter were 12. We achieved 6, which is an improvement of to 50%. And I think one of the key things that we are driving here is that we've made sure that every team within the management structure start tracking their deliverables, and we are driving those in a sustainable way. And also with the unlocking of the moratorium, we do believe that we will be able to continue to show improvement, because the projects that were held back will be able to drive them in a much more sustainable way. And I think in terms of our profitability, we continue to see an improvement. If we compare to the similar 6 months last year, we are about almost 60% better at 168 million. Our revenue remained flat. Where we're seeing an improvement is on the net interest income. And I think this is mostly driven by the increases in interest rates, where we've seen over 300 basis points increase in interest rates. And our total assets increased to about 12.7 billion. With investments of about 5 billion, the current return on assets is about 1.3%. And our capital adequacy ratio improved quite a bit to about 57%, with the liquidity ratio coverage also showing good strength at over 23 times. And the JOS ratio also showing a positive trend. And our cost to income ratio is now sitting at about 50.3%. And we are driving cost management within the bank to ensure that we remain cost effective, and we can drive the initiatives that will ensure that the bank remains profitable. Honorable members, thanks again for allowing me the time to be here with the bank, with yourselves to present this annual report. And it's been quite a tough 6 months for me. I've joined in April, mid-April, so yeah, it's been quite a challenging time, but we are committed to making sure that the bank can be set on the right trajectory for the future. Thanks a lot, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. That concludes the presentation from our side.
Thank you, DM. Thank you to the chair of the board, as well as the presentation by the agency CEO. May I then invite members who would want to comment, get clarity questions. As you know, we are looking both at the AG as a presentation, as well as the responses from the Postbank. That start with Honorable Kumbu, followed by Honorable Kola Barnett, and then get to the okay, I will identify the other members, but for purposes of saving time, Honorable Kumbu, you are recognized, followed by the Honorable Kola Barnett. I did see, I'll call you as I note you down. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the meeting. And Chair, let me welcome the presentations. Chair, I think that both the non-financial and the financial performance of the Postbank has improved, Chair. And I'm of the view that the Postbank can be sustainable financially, despite some of the challenges that they are facing. And again, Chair, I'm also happy that there is an indication from the Postbank that the critical vacant positions will be filled soon. That is a good thing. Lastly, Chair, the bank does not risk being liquidated. However, Chair, if the bank is still joined with SAPO, that will be a different story, Chair. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kola Barnett, you are recognized. You can then proceed. You are noted. Honorable Machozi, Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you, Chair. First, to the Auditor General, what actual steps can the Auditor General take when entities ignore issues that were raised one year and the repeat issues happen the next year, and so it goes on? I did hear reference to, for example, dealing with the Hawks and others, but is there a specific list of regulations, something that falls in your purview that you can apply in terms of recalcitrant entities that simply ignore your recommendations? Yeah, I mean, there obviously is the aim is to give independence to this entity as a standalone bank, but they've received 2 disclaimers in a row, and this one is actually worse than the one before. So what is the standing in terms of the AG on this? With increased irregular expenditure, I didn't quite understand. You in your presentation gave a figure of 207 million in irregular expenditure, yet in the initial slides and reports we were told that it was far lower, 117 million. So are you saying it went up by 90 million in the last, since you published the report? I was a bit confused by that. And the Deputy Minister, in doing his presentation, I was interested that the board is appointed, it seemed to me, by the Cabinet. I'm used to boards coming before various committees. I'm not sure how that works in terms of the legislation. Perhaps you could explain that. And I think he must agree the audit outcome was catastrophic. The chair of the Postbank, we have at this stage, although we've been slowly processing the bill. We have no idea what costs you will face. I mean, you refer now to having set up ATMs everywhere, and that's a massive expenditure. And of course, with the post office shutting down, you'll need additional offices, et cetera, as you separate yourself completely from the post office. All the needs of a full bank, capacitization, extra staffing, et cetera. Could you give us the proposed budget for all of that? You know, I've been told it's none of my business, it's an operational matter, but I don't, I've dealt with many bills over the last 18 years, and I don't go into them blindly when I know it's going to hit the fiscus. So yeah, I know you painted a very rosy picture of what you're doing, and I understand you're very new, but I think you must also understand that the disclaimer this year was far worse than the one in the previous year. So it would have to be shown that you have the capacity within to actually turn that disclaimer around. Now, I think everyone's brushing over the fact that this very bill is to separate you from the post office is because the post office is bankrupt. And of course, you can't be linked to a bankrupt entity if you are to get a banking license. So that's in reality what it is. There's no bailout for the post office, that's down the drain. So if you cut yourself off, you can walk in another direction cleanly. But it doesn't mean you'll be able to claw your way back from the disclaimer. So I think we must all understand that the passing of this bill would not just wave a magic wand and improve your status in the eyes of the Auditor General. So that is a huge concern for me. And looking through the Auditor General's reports, the qualification areas have increased over the years. I mean, up from 2019 up till today. Again and again, action plans not adequately implemented. You saw the KPAs. We've just seen very few achieved. And what is most horrendous for me is that your record keeping just doesn't seem to exist. Never mind your IT capabilities. When I read that you have staff members who sit and add and subtract by hand, it's catastrophic, and an entire IT system would be massively expensive because, of course, if you're no longer linked to the South African Post Office, you have no more access to their equipment, such as it may be, which I don't think is up to much, but that's what you currently use. When they say, the Auditor General says, we cannot confirm, it simply means it doesn't exist. It's a huge concern for an entity such as a bank that they can't track down sufficient evidence of deposits, withdrawals, amounts of money anywhere. That they actually have to say, we throw up our hands, we can't actually give you a ruling. A disclaimer is the worst possible outcome you can get. So, I mean, to hear the overall audit outcomes of the Postbank has remained stagnant. Disclaimer, all throughout. I know everyone's trying to avoid referring to this and, oh, no, well, it'll all be okay in the future. Well, that's presumably what your predecessor said 1 year ago when they had a disclaimer, and it hasn't happened. So the outcomes from the Auditor General on every single matrix are catastrophic, absolutely catastrophic. And I can't see how this is any better than the disclaimer that the Post Office got. There's just no difference. No proof. The Auditor General just washing their hands, saying it's a disclaimer. Insufficient appropriate audit evidence is the sentence that is used throughout And I don't know. It just doesn't there's been no improvement. It's deteriorated over the past year. So now we hear, wonderful presentation and all the plans for the future, but where will your customer confidence come from when they understand that you currently rely on a bankrupt entity for your information technology services? We have as a committee no idea how many billions you will need to set up as a standalone bank. That will hit your bottom line massively. And next thing, we'll be looking for a bailout from the government for you, as they're looking for every other state-owned entity. So, yeah, I think we have to think long and hard, very long and very hard, before we simply rubber stamp this. We need a lot more action from you. We need proof that your words are put into action. And I would say that a quarterly report, perhaps from the Auditor General and yourselves, might ease some of those fears, because currently I just can't see things working. The Auditor General tells you what to do, and it's just ignored. Yes, now there might be moves now to try and turn things around, but you've already had the 2 years to turn things around, and nothing happened. In fact, you've had many years. So I'm very uncomfortable with the outcomes that you receive. I'm very uncomfortable with the information that the Auditor General has detailed. And you say, oh, well, now there's internal audit control, but the Auditor General says failure to maintain an effective system of internal audit over safeguarding of customer bank cards, for example. Just one of the myriad issues that are highlighted by the Auditor General that would be catastrophic for a standalone bank. So yeah, I'm very skeptical that you could make a go of this if given full rein. I mean, people think if the bill is just passed, some magic wand is going to just turn everything around and it will become a highly sought after bank, especially if the government is instructed to utilize your services. Now, we've seen this song before, and everyone sells it as, oh, this is going to be wonderful for people out in rural areas, etc. We all lived through the VBS catastrophe. We know what can happen if things aren't maintained correctly. The Auditor General says things are not being maintained correctly. So I'm very skeptical at the moment. You have a new team, but I'm happy to receive perhaps reports from you regularly to see if indeed you have managed to cope with managing the small amount that you do currently before handing you the reins to this massive amount that will inevitably come about with the establishment of a standalone bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Colabarnet. I'll now recognize the Honorable Machozi.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all honorable members, the board of Postbank, and also the staff. I think, Chair, mainly it is concerns and questions, but mainly I'm going to raise concerns on this. I think Honorable Barnard has touched on many issues that were presented today. To say that the presentation itself, it leaves you wanting whether is this going to work or not. Firstly, maybe with the disclaimer in findings, I would want to know that what in the entity, when they were presenting, I did not hear any internal controls, and I did not hear that they've got internal audits, because if you have internal audit and you have a committee that sits, then it is best, because then it will be able to tell you of the shortcomings that will be there, and you are able to to also look at that. But I did not hear anything about that. And this entity, the performance on its own and under its state, it's very concerning. And when they were presenting, the one presenter said there was no correct way of recording amounts that are being distributed. How were they distributing the money of SASSA grants if there was no systems in place in terms of recording that? It raises a lot of concerns, Chairperson, that if now they are going to be an entity on its own, how are they going to be able to make sure that the systems are in place and everything that is distributed, it gets recorded? If currently there is no correct way of recording amounts that are being distributed. I mean, what would give me comfort now, it's that maybe we receive reports to see that they are able to stand alone, because on a serious note, they were under the post office, and of which is not doing well, and they were under the post office as well. So it raises a lot, it alarms a lot of concerns around that. And also, Chairperson, maybe to ask if now they are saying they are going on their own as an entity, because these people who are working for the Postbank, I'm sure are the same people that they are taking, opening their own entity. How are they giving us a surety that everything is going to go according? How are they giving us a surety that everything is going to be intact and managed properly? Because if it is the same staff and management that has been there, then it is the same people that you are going to use, and which means you are going to experience the same problems. You are going to come back here next year with the same disclaimer again. I mean, how do you set targets yourself and say, this is what we want to achieve in our targets, and at the end of the day, achieve only 29% of those? How then do we trust that you are going to be an entity that is going to be sustainable, that will be able to finance itself? There is instability of management. Can we get clarity on that and more elaboration? What instability of management in the Postbank? How bad is it? What is it that we are looking at, so that we understand where we are in terms of the Postbank? But most fundamental, Chairperson, I think what is raised by Honorable Barnard as well. To have a healthy financial position is all good, and maybe because of for now there's a distribution of amounts from SASSA, and how is this Postbank going to finance itself? Maybe if we can get a background around that, where are we going to get this budget from, and how is it going to be financed, so that we understand where we are currently, and we are able to move on with the satisfaction of saying Postbank can be an entity on its own. Because currently it is the SASSA amounts mostly that are holding it stable. But without SASSA, what other financial stability do they have as SASSA? I heard that they were speaking of prosperous things, cards and ATMs. I think that is on the last process. But if out of 14 KPIs, you achieve only 2, and on the processes of licensing a bank, you achieve everything, but you can't achieve other performances in your entity, then it raises a lot of concerns, Chairperson. It raises a lot of issues. And I honestly, I don't think that we are ready as the government to have another entity that will be seeking out bailouts from Treasury all the time. We'll be sitting here speaking of the same thing, same reports, same performances and everything else. It's not going to work, Chairperson, in that manner. But if they bring a report that will then give us a different perspective to say, in our achievements, this is what you are getting, at least about 80% of your targets that you are achieving on in this and that. All our systems are in place. Now we have a system of recordings and everything else. And there's a lot of IT system that they will need as well. Especially with the fraudulent things that have happened before in the Postbank and post office while they were in amalgamation. But now we're going to need a lot of systems, and I think they are going to need to come back again, give us something that we can see, something that we can say, this is a tangible proof that, yes, Postbank can be an entity that will be able to sustain and stand on its own. But currently, Chairperson, I don't see it working at all. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Honorable Bolani will be followed by Honorable Mutembu, and then Honorable Mlala will be last.
Chairperson, I think, Chairperson, this meeting for me shows how much more we need to do as a committee in the process of this Postbank. I think we again caution to say we should not rush it. We should all be thorough. We should all be satisfied with the information that we are going to receive, without the need to repeat what colleagues have already said. Chairperson, I note the unfavorable audit outcome, which proves to say that, Chairperson, if you are going to tell us that there is fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 5.9 million and material in an irregular expenditure of a total of 98 million, it again speaks to the lack of systems. Chairperson, I think we have a tendency of being excited when we get new boards, and we allow previous boards to leave entities without any consequences, even when they have caused destruction, even when they have collapsed entities. While we appreciate that new brooms sweep clean with the and the energy that the new board brings, Chairperson, we should really be worried about how we as oversight provide the oversight function on the board, especially if we are going to engage on the board of the Postbank this so long into the process. I think it would have helped us to have this sort of meeting earlier. It would have also shaped our thinking on the bank, which I don't think really changes anything much, because as Deputy Minister Mapulani says, it is not a good story, and indeed it is below par. So my Chairperson is to say, let's get as much information as possible, with the biggest question being, how is this entity going to be self-sustained? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Polani. I now recognize Honorable Mutembu. Honorable Mutembu can proceed. Honorable Mutembu, please unmute and proceed. I'm not sure if it's me who's not audible.
Not
Honorable
hearing
Mutembu.
that person.
Honorable Mutembu. Would leave Honorable Mutembu, come back to where if still needs to make an input. I would now recognize the Honorable Malala. Honorable Malala, please proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson. And can you please excuse me for my camera because of the challenges of load shedding this side.
Commissioner Grant, proceed.
Yes, yes. And good morning to the Deputy Minister, officials from DCT, the board of the Postbank, and officials from Postbank, and my colleagues from the Portfolio Committee. I think, Chair, a number of issues have been covered by the latter speakers. I'm just concerned that none of the speakers have actually shown the positive sides. Yes, I agree. The financial position of the Postbank for the last 3 years has not been, I would not use catastrophic, but it has not been satisfactory. But be that as it may, I am also pleased, for instance, that the moratorium has been lifted and a new full board will be appointed. I think it is already appointed because the chairperson has already been making a presentation. And I think what I would recommend they do, firstly, is that I agree that there should be consistent interaction between the Postbank and the committee so that we can monitor all the processes until the next financial year so that we can move with speed in terms of putting pressure on them to ensure that they comply with the AG. But I would also recognize, Chair, that all of us do recognize that this is a transition from being a subsidiary of SAPO to being an independent bank. Now, I've never seen a transition that has been so smooth in my whole life. I've seen all the transitions from apartheid to democracy. It has not been smooth. It has got its challenges. And even in this case, I think I was not expecting that it will be a smooth transition. Definitely, there were going to be challenges because remember, the bank does not have full control over, for instance, SAPO officials. They don't have control over that. But now that they are moving away, I think it's part of addressing the transitional challenges. But also, I want the committee to note that a state bank obviously has got very rough competitors who are largely purely commercial. Even though they are commercial, but they are largely relying on government payrolls. The bulk of their income is from our salaries and so on. So any state bank that comes into play obviously will be challenged and will be questioned across the board. So from where I'm sitting, I think there's a room for improvement. For instance, we need to encourage the new board to work very hard on the IT system, and not only work very hard, but they must be specific when they respond. What measures have they taken to ensure that the 89/91 million that is lost to criminality is dealt with sufficiently? Possibilities are that when we continuously engage with them, we'll follow up on and check how far are they. Is there consequence management? The other thing that is positive, I think so far the bank, I'm sorry, it's well capitalized and above reserve bank requirement. if the Reserve Bank says they can go ahead, I think it's a positive sign. There might be many negatives, but this also is a positive sign that really encourages some of us to pursue, because we definitely need to pursue this state bank. The other issue that I wanted to raise is that I fully agree. Maybe they should also just give a sort of an estimate in terms of what is their expectation in relation to the fiscus. Do they expect, possibly after the bill, just an estimate? Do they expect government to pay a certain amount of money so that it can sustain the bank, or the revenue that they generate now, because it says that they are above the the revenue that above the Reserve Bank requirement. The revenue they raise now, is it the revenue that can deal with all the challenges they have and even maintain the bank beyond the bill? Because we are looking at beyond the bill from where I'm sitting. So maybe that should also need a response. And maybe the last point is that from where I'm sitting, I think we need to fast track the banking license issue so that the transition can be concluded. Because for as long as they are in transition, I think even the AG has acknowledged that part of the challenges was that they were in collaboration with SAPO, and they could not have control over who does what at SAPO and so on. Now that they are moving in transition toward their own, if they could guarantee them that will facilitate and fast track the issue of the bill, so that they can then get the banking license much faster, so that we can then face them directly. But I don't think it's a good idea to say that now that they are having challenges in transition, everything else must stop, because we'll be falling into the trap of the competitors. I think so far they have challenges, but I think we need to move on. They just need to demonstrate to us that this high risk of cyber attack concern is attended to. 91 million lost. There's consequence management, and maybe the last point is, if the committee could agree that we should consistently engage with them, so that we can also help the AG to monitor progress and know how far they are in terms of all these challenges they have. But from where I'm sitting, Chair, I think there are positives. They might not be many, but they are there. There's light at the end of the tunnel. From where I'm sitting, we need to move on and give them the freedom they want, so that we can then hold them to account. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Mlala. I'm just coming back to Honorable Mtembu to check if she's now able to speak. But I've seen that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and all members of the committee. Chair, I don't want to waste time. I'm totally covered by Honorable Mlala. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Would then allow responses.
Chair.
Yes, is that Honorable Pambo?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I
didn't
think
see your hand.
most of the, my apologies, Chair. I'm operating in a different environment given the circumstances of load shedding and connectivity and so on. With that said, Chair, I think the majority of the colleagues have sort of covered much of the great concerns that any ordinary person would have in relation to the presentation. But what is bothersome, and perhaps what I did not hear quite clearly coming out or being fleshed out by the board, would be now that we know and we have heard that, you know, there was a mismanagement, or rather a lack of controls in relation to the SASSA cards and so on. Does the board now know how it happened, how those cards went missing, and what is now being put in place to make sure that does not happen? Because like the previous colleagues have said, it's quite worrisome that, you know, all these problems are being fleshed out, but we're not getting a full, clear idea of how this will be circumvented or prevented, as it were. Rather than just hearing the problems, what are the real measurable things or, you know, tangible things that we can speak of to say this will never happen on the basis of this having been done, and this is an ongoing process that is being done to prevent this from happening again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Honorable Mlala, I take it that it's a legacy hand.
Yeah, Chair, it's the legacy hand. Let me drop it. Sorry for that.
All right. So I thought I cut you off. All right. With that having been asked, and I'm sure now would have an opportunity to give to the AG if they want to make reflections, as well as the Postbank and so on. But just as you prepare to respond, if you can just two questions. For me, they are linked to the next discussion we're going to have. There's a point you've highlighted in red, and I'm sure you'd be able to indicate why there you've highlighted it in red. And you said if the Postbank doesn't get the license, the other catastrophe would be the payment of beneficiaries in that regard. What does that mean? Is it administrative, or you are referring to the legislative side of things, or both? The second one relates to what we have now been briefed of: no board appointments being done now, no executives, almost everybody in the Hollywood actors. And then it's only now that you'll be able to appoint. Is there any relationship in what you've dealt with to that lack of capacity, even from the people who have been acting? Or it's really just a matter that there was capacity, but your recommendations were ignored in terms of what needs to be done? So as you respond, please keep these in mind. They're important to our next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, for the questions and the comments. Honourable Chair, I think from our side as Office of the AG, we picked up a couple of high-level issues that were raised by the board, but there were only a few direct pointed questions towards the Office of the AG or the auditors in this regard. We'll respond to those, but then we'll also make the comments and the reflections in terms of some of the observations by some of the members. So, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and Honourable DM and other colleagues, maybe let's start with the first question that Honourable Chair asked. It'll also tie in with some of the comments that we'll make as we then also reflect and do our closing remarks. Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, insofar as it relates to that particular comment, it is indeed correct. And the reason why we're making that statement is more of a warning sign, Honourable Chair, on the basis that even though the Postbank currently is not in possession of a banking license, it is allowed by the South African Reserve Bank, by the SARB, to participate on the national payment system. So there's a system that allows you to take deposits and also make payments to the extent almost as a bank. So they have certain privileges that allows them to then partake and participate on the national payment system so that they can then, like I mentioned, take deposits and then release those payments. So in the absence of them, number one, complying with the recommendations of the variation order, making sure that they implement those sound systems of internal control, the variation order that was issued by the Reserve Bank in December 2021, if one reads it, actually says that should you then fail to implement, they may revoke your privileges to participate as the bank on the national payment system. So should that then happen, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it means that the bank is therefore exposed, that it will not be able to then process some of these payments efficiently and effectively as required, especially, Honorable Chair, honorable members, given the significant volume and the sheer volume of the transactions that are related in this regard, and then also the significance of the amounts that are involved. Obviously, Honorable Chair, honorable members are aware that the grant payment processes, there are quite large amounts of money that's involved in that particular space. So that's exactly what we mean, that should the bank not spend and assign the necessary due care and diligence in implementing those systems of internal control, potentially that might be the worst case scenario. So unfortunately, we are now the doomsayers in this regard, but we just thought as we are engaging in the discussions around and tying with the comments made by one of the honorable members insofar as it relates to the recommendations and the lack of, probably, let's call it lack of movement for a lack of a better phrase. But we wanted to just highlight the gravitas and the severity, what could be the worst case scenario in that regard. So Honorable Chair is quite right. And then the other comment that Honorable Chair also made was with regard to the relationship. So Honorable Chair, honorable members, what we've also often found as the National Audit Office when we conduct our audits is that in the environments, unfortunately, where you have a lot of instability in leadership, it's often also accompanied by unfavorable audit outcomes. And even though you have people who are trying their best, it's always difficult for them to take ownership of some of the initiatives. Somebody might have really good ideas of how to implement a particular aspect of internal control. There's often not buy-in, often not adequate support, because you might be acting for 6 months and then you leave. So you are quite limited in terms of the level of authority you have, the level of innovation you can bring into the environment. And those are some of the challenges. And hence you'll see in some of our reports, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we highlight this lack of or the instability in leadership when it's prevalent as potentially in some of the instances as a root cause that may have contributed to the unfavorable audit outcomes. So yes, maybe there might have been really warm bodies that were trying some of their best, level best in terms of implementing certain things, but often you find that there's a correlation and a relationship between unfavorable audit outcomes and having a lot of instability in leadership. So, Honorable Chair, what exacerbated the situation at the Postbank in this particular situation was also the fact that you not only had challenges at board level, but you also have challenges at your senior executive management level. So being your heads of your most key positions, like your internal audit function, your CEO, CFO, and then you have then the board operating on a very few limited number of people, and then also with the number of high turnover in terms of the board members as well. Then, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the two direct questions that were made with regard to the irregular expenditure as well. So I'm speaking under correction. Joyce will just support me if I'm wrong, or just confirm if I'm correct. The one amount the honourable member asked through you, Honourable Chair, is the amount that would have been incurred in the financial year specifically, and the higher amount, my understanding is that would then be the amount that is the running total, accumulated total of the entire regular expenditure that would have been incurred by the institution. Remember, Honourable Chair, honourable members, we do highlight the running balance, the running total to honorable members, because that's an indicator for us as the Office of the AG, whether you've also implemented sound consequence management, because Honorable Chair, honorable members would recall the PFMA has bestowed a specific set of responsibility on the accounting authority, being the board, that where you were not able to prevent incurring irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, that at least go and detect it fully in your system, then disclose it, because transparent disclosure then allows you to then engage in the process of consequence management so that you can then improve your systems of internal control, but also hold people accountable and correct the behavior so that we then prevent recurrence of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So I hope that also assists in that regard. Then I think as we wrap up in terms of some of the comments that would have been made, Honorable Chair, honorable members, one thing that maybe we didn't mention right up front when we did the presentation is we have been meeting with the executive quite regularly and frequently, including the minister and giving regular feedback to the minister in terms of some of the gaps that we would have identified. The minister and supported by the board, well, the currently appointed chairperson was actually the acting chairperson at that point in time, as well as the acting CEO. They were supporting the executive authority quite well in terms of our engagements, and also not encumbering or preventing some of the things that we wanted to explore, like we mentioned, when we realized there's a potential big problem in terms of the SASSA-related transactions. We then embarked on this intensified information systems audit, where we picked up all these additional things that we would have shared with the board, with the committee in terms of the presentation. We do have a separate, I want to call it a fuller presentation that we can come and share with the portfolio committee in terms of some of the work that we've done in that regard. So we'll just be guided by the committee. We did present to management, being the board and the acting CEO, a report that supplements our management report with some of the gaps that we had identified. We did provide some key recommendations for them to then go and implement in this regard. So that also now will then touch on the next point that I wanted to talk about, in terms of the other question that was asked by Honorable Kolobanat in terms of the recommendations. So Honorable Chair, yeah, it is also not nice for us on the other side when you also, and just a general comment, when you issue the recommendations and you come in the next year and then you do your audit and you find yourself with similar problems, and then you then report the same recommendations, because if the root cause is not being addressed, the recommendations will almost remain the same, because I'm telling you, this is the root cause that you must go and deal with in order for us to effectively deal with the issue that might have been reported. However, as the Office of the AG, honorable members would recall that we have standing MOUs with certain investigative bodies such as the Public Protector, the Hawks, the SIU, the DPCI being the Hawks, and then the SIU as well. In this particular instance, Honorable Chair, the member who presented, or Joyce, my colleague who presented earlier, mentioned that when there was still a division, or just at the inception stage of the institution, when the initial split happened, we did highlight certain gaps as soon as the SASSA contract was being executed by the Postbank and the Post Office, in terms of the card systems, in terms of some of the controls. At that point in time, because of the split, it was unclear, because the one management was saying it's the responsibility of the other board to deal with this issue, and the other board was saying it's the responsibility of the other board to deal with the issue. So what we did, because there was an element of collusion that we identified behind it, we then referred the matter to the DPCI, the Hawks, for further investigation. So to answer that question, we do deal with the Hawks, and in this particular manner, we've also referred those matters already in the past to the DPCI. The new matters under the material irregularity process, which is the enhanced powers, we also identified some of those additional matters, and we then referred those to the Hawks as well. So currently we should have 3 matters with the Hawks that we've referred over the years, which directly speak to the SASSA grant and the cards management processes, and some of the gaps that we would have reported in this particular space. I'm also pleased to report to the committee that we also meet regularly with the Hawks, with the understanding that the Hawks have got the different directorates. So the one member might be dealing with government fraud, which is more looking at the procurement space, and then you have members dealing with forensic or cyber crime, and then another member dealing with the banking crimes, and they're quite distinct in terms of their operations. But we realize that some of these transactions might have a lot of those elements cross-related to each other, and so we've set up a sort of steering committee meeting with the Hawks, where they have appointed a project manager for SASSA-related fraud and grant fraud, and they meet with us on a regular basis, and we meet with them, we give them feedback, and they also report to us some progress in terms of some of the good work that they are also doing. So at least from a coordination point of view and a regular engagement point of view, those engagements are happening. What we've also done, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, is we've met with the service provider appointed by the board to deal and perform or conduct a forensic investigation. So the board is tried to honour its PFMA responsibility by dealing with the matter that's been reported, so that it can then deal with its consequence management processes. So the board, the service provider that was appointed by the board, we've also given them our report and our work so that they can then see where they then rely on the work that we would have then performed, so that we can at least also deal with duplication, so that the efforts are not duplicated. We have an efficient investigation process, so that at least we can also assist them to speed up the consequence management process instead of it being locked down in long-winded and long drawn-out investigations. So we met with them and we gave them that feedback, and also, like I mentioned, trying to spur on the process. And then we also meet regularly, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, with the Reserve Bank, because a variation order for the first point I outlined, the non-adherence to those or non-implementation of those recommendations might have a dire implication on the bank. So we want to also gain an understanding as the Office of the AG, because as soon as you say you can't take deposits, you can't grow your portfolio, we start having going concern problems as a bank. And then obviously, the Office of the AG will then continue issuing disclaimers, even though you may have improved certain other processes in your system. So from that point of view, we also meet regularly with the Reserve Bank to understand the level of progress and status that's reported by management, what is the level of comfort they gain from this. And I think they're more than welcome to come and brief the portfolio committee in terms of their observations so far. So far, we haven't identified any cause of concern based on our engagements at least, and we will continue to then invest some of our time in meeting with these colleagues so that we identify any potential pitfalls or risks upfront, and then we can come and also elevate those risks appropriately. I mentioned that we issued a report to management, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, that outlined some of the specific gaps on the specific work we did around the systems and the SASSA transactions and how the fraud was perpetrated and what management should be looking out for. Joyce was very careful in the beginning. She did mention we did not do a forensic investigation, but we did enhance our team with specialist skills in order for us to then provide a richer report and richer insights to management. That report, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the reason why I'm mentioning it is because in it we did also elevate and highlight to management some interim stopgap measures. So we said, look, there are certain things that you are required to do long term, like implement a system. So you must still procure, you must go and develop, you must do whatever you need to do. But in the interim, in order to stop the scourge, you need to at least implement some of the following short-term measures. So those have been provided to management. And I think it's been 2 or 3 months, so they should also be in a position when they come back, as honourable members have been really lobbying that they must come back and provide regular feedback. They can also maybe include their feedback, reflection on how well they've implemented some of those measures and how well they've tried to stop some of the gaps that would have been reported in that particular report. Honourable Chair, honourable members, I think I've covered most of the issues. Like I said, some of the issues was just really reflections. One member did, in conclusion, and tying back to the last point I made, mention the importance of having properly established governance structures, Honourable Chair, honourable members. So the governance structure, such as your properly capacitated and established internal audit function and an established audit committee, those governance structures are quite key and critical in supporting the accounting authority or the board in executing their mandate and dealing with risk, your risk management committees. So, for example, if management comes to this particular platform and they come and present some of those reports, the first question honourable members should be asking is, through what systems of assurance has it gone? And I heard the word being used quite regularly during this engagement. And those are actually the structures that must really, at the first and second level of assurance level, give management and this committee the required level of assurance, so that when they come and present those reports, it's been checked it's supported by evidence, and it's supported by a process. So in the absence of those committees being effective and being established, it means that there's always a gap in terms of the assurance process and the level of support that's being rendered to the board, and then the entity will remain exposed. So I'm quite happy and satisfied that I've heard the members really mentioning those structures as quite pivotal, critical in assisting and providing the necessary level of assurance. We are also, in conclusion, Chair, we remain committed as a National Audit Office to also assisting where we can and providing the guidance, obviously while still remaining independent and objective. Hence, I mentioned some of all those things that we were doing with management, but also should the committee then require additional briefings, we will then also see how best we support the committee in providing any additional information that the committee might require in line with the necessary processes. Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. I think I will leave it at that particular point in time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Mr. Sekhetho. I then invite Deputy Minister and the department, as well as the Postbank. You'd indicate how you want to approach the responses, Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I think let's start with the board, the management, and the chair. And if there's any of the colleagues in the department who would like to say something, and then I'll come at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Chairperson, and I appreciate the comments as well as the questions from the honourable members. It's evident that the spin-off of the Postbank from SAPO was not managed appropriately, and that's one process, Chairperson, that we came in where it was not properly managed. And we are reeling from, such an event. It's quite normal, Chair, to spin off an entity, and more especially an entity of, the Postbank's size and obviously capabilities. What we're talking about, Chairperson, is an organization that's well poised to become a bank, a national bank. Evidently, the misses that we see, or the misses that are evident, are somehow contributing to the status quo or the present situation. Having said that, Chairperson, we've got it on plan to make it a point that we finalize, and more especially on an organizational structuring level, that spin-off process, so as to set the bank into a well-functioning or running machine. Chair, I also wish to perhaps go back to the point of the vacancies and the gaps or instability, as it's been presented or said in this committee, that the Postbank Chair hasn't had a permanent CEO since it was spun off from the Postbank. And that's something, of course, that we have set ourselves as this current board to make it a point, number one, that we fill in the position of the CEO together, of course, with the rest of the positions at the C-suite level. Why, Chair, that becomes so important and urgent? It's purely because we need to empower the bank, which is the Postbank in this instance, with the right skills, the executives with in-depth knowledge and experience of the banking landscape. Obviously, the executives, Chairperson, will share an appreciation of the Postbank we all envisage to build. Coming, Chairperson, to the point that was raised by Honourable Kola Barnard around the capitalization, the proposed budget, etc., where the specific question was to say how much does Postbank need to function as a standalone entity. Chairperson, one of the short-dated processes that we've been given by the minister is to look at the corporate plan that we have before the end of December, And that's something that our interim CEO did speak to say that we've got to firm up on the corporate strat to give a proper and a thorough indication of the bank that we are building. Of course, part of that then will be to look at the strength of our balance sheet at the back of the issues that we're faced with, where the entity is at. Suffice, Chairperson, to mention that at the present moment, the Postbank is well capitalized. The Postbank has sufficient reserves to drive its short to medium term projects, capital, budgetary as well as capital requirements. Of course, as far as any possible or potential funding, that's something, Chairperson, that perhaps we can always come back to the committee on, maybe in the new year, when we have done or refined on our corporate strategy. But at the present moment, Chairperson, we've got sufficient retained earnings that are enabling us to fund the projects that we're busy implementing presently. And there hasn't been any need really to go to the fiscals for any injection. And Chairperson, that's the status really. And maybe to add, Chair, I suppose as well, interesting and to the committee that the depositors' funds have always been safe, are safe, and any of the initiatives that we're doing do not even touch on any of the depositors' funds. So, Chair, that's the kind of an entity that we have presently that's got a solid balance sheet. Obviously, Chair, the gaps are evident on the operational, level. So we are hard at work, Chairperson, to make it a point that we protect that balance sheet, which is very sound and which is helping us, I suppose, to build a bank, Chair, that can be able to reach, at the national scale. So I wish to assure the honorable members and the public that at the back of the endless possibilities that we have as the bank, all the initiatives presently that we are seized with seek to ensure that we build a solid base so as to position the bank in a good stand from which to build from. Chair, it remains important, and it's part of our initiatives that or on top of our priority list rather, that we build a bank that's got strong commercial orientation, sound operational as well as financial capabilities. And that speaks, Chair, to the work that is being done presently to reverse the unfortunate state of affairs at the operational level, as evidenced by the reports that the auditors as well as our interim CEO has presented. So, Chair, I also welcome the view that suggests that we come back to the committee and most probably next year when we come back to the committee, we would have firmed up on our strategy, would have firmed up on our financial needs, and of course, be as clear in terms of will there be any need ready for the funding from the fiscals. But at the present moment, Chair, I can comfortably say that Postbank is sufficiently and well capitalized to fund its current projects of its retained earnings. And the coming, Chair, to the instability at the top, I think I've spoken to this by saying that, Chair, since the spinning off of the bank from SAPO, unfortunately, the executive, C-suite have not been filled, and that's what we are prioritizing now. At the level below, Chair, the GM level, the senior manager level, we haven't seen much, attrition rates. There's been, well over, the commitment from, the colleagues, at that level, into the business of the bank. The reality, Chair, is that we've been lackluster and slow in filling in the executive positions. And that's the commitment, Chair, that this board is making to say that, Chair, with all the glorious plans that we have, it will be futile, Chair, if we are not completing, or giving the bank enough resources at the executive level to be able to carry with the mandate that we are seized with. How will the bank finances itself, Chair? I've spoken to that to say presently We've been funding ourselves off our, retained earnings. We've got sufficient funds that, lead to no threat to the depositors' funds, that lead to no threat into the strength of our balance sheet. Of course, part of that then is to make it a point that we close all the gaps, more especially around procurement, more especially around contract management, and where evident has been gaps, to make it a point that we bring, the perpetrators into book. So that's, one other, focus point, Chairperson. Maybe, Chair, the appeal is to say that let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's so much scope on the market today for a bank such as the Postbank, given its focused area and what really, a strengthened and a well-governed Postbank, can do in terms of, bringing, the already or the currently underbanked and unbanked into the payment system, into the credit, system. And Chair, the other appeal, I suppose, is, for this board, this newly complemented board, to be given a chance, Chair, with the provisor that we come back to the committee sometime in the new year to report on the activities and also on the listing that, we're submitting to say is our current, focus point going forward. Coming, Chair, to the issue of, the cards that went missing, I will leave this to the CEO to speak broadly on what transpired. And Chair, perhaps we can also say that when you come back to the committee in the new year, we can easily give a thorough report because that was done by management. We've got it in place. And maybe to bring comfort to the committee members to say that when we talk about the initiatives, for instance, of issuing cards, we're also looking at what went wrong in the past and how best then do we make it a point that all the gaps evidently, that we have seen that are closed, and make it a point that there are no leakages as far as the compromises of the cards, etc. So that's, one work that management is focusing on, to make it a point that there are sufficient, processes on, card issuance, so as to make it a point that we don't suffer the same, issue that, we are currently, faced with the current cards. And Chair, without SASSA, what is Postbank? Chair, one other, I suppose we don't talk much about this, Chair, and that's one thing that we have said as the board, together with management, that we'll be going out to talk a lot about the good story that Postbank is operating under. There's a lot, Chair, that we're doing. Maybe to say, without SASSA, Chair, we've got such a committed customer base that is very sticky. I suppose, it's customers that have been with the bank for many years, and the numbers have not dwindled quite drastically over the last, few years. Instead, Chair, we see opportunities to make it a point that we lift or we grow our depositors' numbers. So, Chair, I'm saying this to say that, Chair, with all our internal issues, Chair, however, there's still a strong trust element within our customer base. Hence, Chair, we've always been saying as this board that we will capacitate the bank with well-experienced executives with in-depth experience within the banking sector, executives that understand what we are building and the possibilities that lie ahead for the Postbank. And of course, Chair, to rework our IT platform, our IT infrastructure, to make it to modernize it, Chair, so that we can effectively compete in this highly competitive, industry. Chair, lastly, from my end, is, I suppose, to say that we've noted, of course, the report from the AG, and as they will confirm, Chair, that as the board, we have committed ourselves in working with them And where evidently there's a need for the board to hold those responsible accountable, that's something that we're going to do. But together with the AG chairperson, at the board level, we are driving strongly these initiatives so that when we come back to this committee, we can present, a changed and a positive outlook of the organization. Thank you. And Ndala, at this point, I want you to cover some of the questions. Thanks.
Yeah, CEO, just briefly on the cards, and then should be going to wrap up.
Thanks, Deputy Minister. Thanks, Chairperson. Just on the cards, I think the issue around the card breach, it's something I think that initially happened around 2018, if my recollection is well, whereby there was a breach on the card key, basically, and also there were some cards that were lost at the time. So a lot of cards that are currently being used to commit this fraud is cards that related to the time. And actually, I think there were some concerns raised around, in terms of the card management system of the time when, the SASSA contract was onboarded. So we're still dealing with a lot of those legacy issues. And hence the Reserve Bank has requested that we do a complete card replacement, because then what it means is that once you go on that, undertake that process, you will basically render all the historical cards unusable, and you can now migrate onto new cards that are issued in a secure environment and that is able to pass all the right elements. And actually, the HSM key has now been put in a much more secure environment from where it used to be historically. So that has improved the overall security around it. So what you find with a lot of these cards is that it's most of them are used through collusion, where either they are being reset through corrupt officials within them, either the post offices and then basically are being able to use. So I think the current investigative process that we are undertaking is going to assist in terms of rooting out the challenge. But also I think the bigger investigation that the Auditor General has spoken to on the DPCI around the initial investigation, I think it talks to the initial card breach compromise. So overall, that's where the history of the card compromise comes from. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO. Is there anybody from the department who would like to say something before we wrap up? ADG, you fine? Mr. Shilembe, you fine?
I'm covered, DM. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe let me just deal with the question that was raised by Honorable Kolabanat on the appointment of the board. Indeed, Honorable Kolabanat, the board was appointed by the minister in consultation with cabinet. And that process is defined in the current legislation, that the board is appointed by the executive authority, who's the minister, acting in consultation with cabinet. So that process was done. This current board, there is no requirement for this current board to be appointed by the portfolio committee. The only board, as I understand, that is appointed by the portfolio committee is the board of the SABC, which is prescribed in the Act, not this one. I must say, Chair, that I think from where we are sitting, and I think we can give assurance to the members that the board that we have appointed is a competent board. This appointment process followed a very rigorous process where the Auditor General was involved. The Auditor General had to assess the fitness, they call it the proper and fit, that the members of the board must be fit to serve in the board. So the Auditor General was involved. The Reserve Bank was also involved in the assessment of their capability through the Prudential Authority in the Reserve Board, in the Reserve Bank, and they issued them with the necessary certificates before they were appointed, because that is a requirement of the Act. So we can give that assurance to the members that we think that we do have a competent board. Would like to give it the space to turn around the entity. And from the discussions that we've had, we are quite satisfied that they are all geared up to fulfilling that task. I must say, Chair, that indeed, you know, from where we are sitting, we don't want to paper over the cracks. We don't want to call a spade by another name. From where we are, a spade is a spade. If we see that the AG is bringing us a report, and this report is painting a gloomy picture, that's what we are going to call it. And the report that we have, particularly the last 2 financial years, is not a very good report. And we think that the management and the board must work on that. But as we have seen, I mean, for instance, on the second quarter performance information already, there's been a good performance. So there's about the second quarter, they're reporting 50% performance. So there is a slight improvement in the performance of the entity. Much work needs to be done around making sure that the internal control environment is strengthened. And that's where the board is looking at. But we are not proud of that report by the AG. But as Honorable Lala is saying, it is a transition. I think that's how we should look at this entity. We're going through a transitional phase of building a solid bank that will be able to extend these financial services to the unbanked. And so we are still appealing to the committee that please help us to conclude this process, particularly of the corporatization of the bank, by finalizing this process of the amendment bill so that we can get a full banking license. And then we're able to transform this entity into a full state bank. But Chair, from where we are sitting, I think we have got a lot of hope for the future. We think that we'll work with this board together with the management, the executive management that will be recruited. I must say that we must thank Mr. Ndala, who joined us from Telkom. He has really assisted the board, has assisted the organization to stabilize it, because where we are now, we are in a stabilization phase so that we can plug these leaks. And Mr. Ndala has been of great assistance to us. We must thank you very much. Otherwise, Chair, thank you very much. That concludes our responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I saw on the chat, I hope Honorable Machozi, you would have been responded to.
No, Chair, it was not a question, but it was a suggestion that since Postbank maybe it will be also taking part into the finances. I would want to suggest that can't you have a joint committee with the Committee of Finance, so that we are able then to talk about all these issues and iron out some of the other things. And then because it would touch on that portfolio as well. So that is what I wanted to suggest only, Chairperson. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Honorable Machozi. May I then, honorable members, we agree that both the Auditor General, the Postbank, and the department, is represented by Deputy Minister in this case, would have responded to the points you would have wanted to be clarified on, as well as I'm sure they would consider suggestions that get made in this regard. But I think in summarizing the discussions so that we know what then happens after this, the time of course is now 12:15, and surely you would have wanted this item to have been concluded quite earlier. But like I said in the beginning, one would assess given the importance of the matter before us, and it helps us to look at the next item, which talks to the bill even more clearer ourselves on what needs to be done. Understanding that the committee has looked at the matter and the indication is to go to the next level. But we have said, hurry, but slowly. I think that's what one was trying to implement, and I'm sure you'll agree that the information was quite important in informing us on the way forward. I think out of the information, quite clearly, general view of members is that the report is quite concerning, looking at the 3 financial years. More so because from the Auditor General's report, recommendations would have not been implemented over time. Of course, to take note that both the moratorium in filling vacancies has not just contributed to the report that we see, but it has decapacitated the institution in its ability to respond to some of the recommendations that needed to be implemented, as the Auditor General reflected on what that relationship is with what we're dealing with. And therefore note that there are efforts in place to ensure that that capacity, especially at an executive management level, is addressed, with Cabinet having addressed the part that talks to the board. And it is when we implement that we can also have a fair assessment on whether that helps to improve the situation or the situation gets worse in this regard. We've noted the responses with regard to what is to be done as presented by Postbank, including service providers that they would bring in, look at the modernization of also of the ICT infrastructure to deal with matters of cybersecurity that has been raised in the reports. So we note all that. But I think of concern really is that we would also be worried if Postbank is unable to address the matters raised in the variation order of the Reserve Bank, as already stated by the Auditor General, that can also bring us a crisis of beneficiaries that may not be paid. And for that reason, I would want to indeed agree with those members who would have indicated that we may need to monitor the situation by getting regular reports from the Postbank on how they are turning around all these areas that have been raised, of course, with the capacity that they are putting in internally, as well as the services of other service providers that they are bringing on board with adequate capacity to can deal with these matters, including forensic investigations that may be needed. And I'm sure in that monitoring, members would also agree that the Auditor General has raised the fact that they have looked at specific areas that need to be looked at, and they've shared that with management and the board, and they'll also be willing to share that with the committee. I think from a point of proper oversight, surely this committee agrees that that information should be shared with the committee, and when there's a need, the Auditor General can also be asked to come before the committee, of course, using proper channels to make that request, to unpack that with the committee. And surely that would also present again an opportunity to attend to the request of the committee that was made to the Auditor General, which is that of giving us also pointers on the matters to look at as we do proper oversight over entities, so as to be able to proactively, through our oversight, deal with some of the matters decisively before it gets to be. Concluding remarks in the responses, that the sooner that is done, the better, and that is now placed in the committee to deal with that. So we'll be able to address that when we get to the next item. I understood you well, Honorable Majosi, that because they are finance matters, the products that they'll be looking at, ATMs and so on, that we may need to also engage with the finance portfolio committee. I've looked at the chat, Honorable Kolabanat indicated that that was also the submission previously. We'll continue to do that, but we never lose sight that we have the primary responsibility in doing oversight over the Postbank, as by law, it's still here, not with finance. So it's important to always keep that in mind, so that at no point would we shift the responsibility when things do not get well or they are improving from the role that we need to play. But that is kept as we move forward. That's for the reason we have written before to finance. But as I said, I would handle it because that was about a different matter from what you are raising now, which is something we will take as we bring Postbank back to brief the committee on some of the things we expect them to do to change this situation around. So we would arrange with the department through its entity oversight, as it is usually the case, to still schedule them to come before the committee, in particular looking at whether the quarterly reports are beginning to show improvement or not. So we'll be able to do that. And I think from where things are, we have no confusion in mind that from the responses we have received, financially, the Postbank is still doing quite better, as demonstrated in percentage terms, in terms of the presentation. And I think noting that, what the committee says is that if those matters that have been raised are not addressed, that may have a direct implication to that stable financial position. However, whilst we raise that concern, at least we should be comforted that whilst there may be problems with the grant system, which is more of government to government relations and how that is processed, but deposits from depositors, which include our people out there, those would have not been affected at any given time. I think for me, that assurance, it's important if you talk about a bank that will be independent at some point once everything else is concluded. That if you have been able to keep that, you'll be able to assure those depositors, in this case, including government when it needs to deposit with the Postbank anything, that it will now be safer. We understand some of the problems are historic, but we still indeed need that guarantee that they will not repeat in future. So we'll be watching you quite carefully in that regard. So that's how I would want us to summarize, honorable members, and deliberately, I'm not talking to the bill per se, but the request made. So we'll deal with the bill in the next item. But for purposes of this item, that's how we are closing the matter. Thank you. If the AG is on the platform still, I would want to thank them once again for being frank and coming before the committee as they usually do, as well as, of course, the Postbank and the department. So I'm doing this in case you'd want to be excused after this to continue doing other work elsewhere, that you do that as we get to the next item on the agenda. Ajira, if you can just highlight the agenda once again. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Disrupted by a message from the Deputy Minister. No, the apology will be accepted, Deputy Minister. As I said, honorable members, will then get to item 2, which is the deliberations of finalisation on the South African Postbank Limited Amendment Bill. As I said, I will raise other points when we get to this item. And I know that the expectation, honorable members, is that we would then go on a page by page look at the bill with an understanding at the time that indeed we will consider the reports that we get, which included a sense of feedback from the Finance Committee. Which also included the part about communicating with the Finance Committee. And I want to remind honorable members that in that communication, informed by the minutes that you yourselves approved, we gave them an option of meeting with us or at least get a report from the finance. That's in the minutes. So I just thought it's important to first clarify that point. We also agreed to make a separation in terms of what we are dealing with as a bill, which is about the bank controlling company, versus the intervention that is needed in SAPO in the intervening period. Of course, we made the summary, and I've asked if in that summary there would have been any objection to it. And there's not been objection to that summary that I would have made. And in that summary, we've made it clear that as we make that separation, the understanding is that you mandate the chairperson of this committee, which will not be something new. It's covered in the rules 158 under chairperson, that you act on behalf of the committee. And the understanding was that post that meeting, the chair would write to both the finance committee, portfolio committee, a standing committee on finance, and the standing committee on appropriations. And repeatedly, as I said, I asked if there was an issue, that the only clarity that was needed was in relation to the bill side of things. And I clarified at the time that, taking it to the next level, my understanding was that there was no request in that meeting that we proceed in the same meeting to do the page by page. But again, my understanding was that we would also call the Postbank, and that it may be in the same meeting that we deal with that page by page or separate meetings. And the understanding was that the confusion was cleared. But it was never about a question or disagreement about the chair on behalf of the committee writing to the Standing Committee on Finance and Appropriations about the intervention needed in funding SAPO. So that was the summary I made of the meeting. But of course, I did get a letter from the Honorable Kolabanat, which letter I have circulated to yourselves. I'm calling for an order, Honorable Kolabanat. I see your hand.
Yes, Chair.
What is the order?
What you are saying and what I believe I heard are not necessarily the same things. You asked us specifically to go to our caucuses and ask for a mandate to offer the Postbank, the SAPO, a bailout, which we duly did. But the day before, you went ahead and asked for a bailout. So to me, you were asking for a mandate, which you had not yet received, and yet you went ahead. So that was my confusion. Why ask us to do something if you have no intention of listening to the answers?
Okay, so I heard your point of order, and I'll take it to be you making the input, clarifying your point, than really a point of order, because what I'm giving is what I understood to be the summary as recorded. So in that score, I'll come to explain the caucus question. So I'm explaining so that there is no misinterpretation that the chair created his own resolution and went ahead. It is not only questioning my integrity, but the committee itself, whether it really made such a call or not. So that's why I have to explain it so that it's understood. I'll come to the caucus question. So I'm saying this is the summary I gave. And I continued then to say, and the part about the caucus, let's just be clear on this, was a reminder that we're making in the meeting. Why is it a reminder? It's a reminder because you, as this committee, you've approved the minutes of the 20th of September. Last week was the 8th of November when we met. Go to the minutes of the 20th of September. That's where we took the point of saying, let's go to the caucuses. The point I was making was that we did even make such a decision of taking it to caucuses. And you know that, honorable members, by the 8th, there was no report that says this is what comes from caucuses. So instead of waiting for caucuses, we strengthened the point of making such an intervention. And what I seem to get from the letter, Honorable Kolabana, it's not just about waiting for a mandate from caucuses, but you're making the point that that move of asking for that help, it's a move you would agree to from your standpoint, and you are indicating that that is both yourself and Honorable Bodlani, and you've tried to make this quite clear. And I'm saying on record, that's not the case. And having read the letter, honorable members, I took the trouble of going through the portfolio committee record again, just to watch whether at any point I would have undermined the right of members to register their objection to the chairperson proceeding in the way that he has summarized. And I couldn't find that. I couldn't find that. And I went then ahead, honorable members, to write to the two standing committees on the basis that I was truly representing the genuine cause of the committee. Again, with an understanding that the concerns raised and the need for SAPRO to be assisted to get out of that problem, we're not raising them to impress the public, but we're committed to the cause of resolving the problem. So I acted in that way of acting. And I want to report to yourselves, committee members, that whilst we were dealing with the Postbank, it's only now that we have formal reports from the finance, the Standing Committee on Finance, which is now talking to what I have written about, and have clubbed that with the bill, which I don't have a problem with that. And they've called the chairperson and the support staff, so they've opted for that option, that must come and present to their committee meeting already scheduled to deal with other items. So they'll create a slot for the chairperson of the committee on behalf of the committee to elucidate further on the correspondence that they've received from the committee, and with the, of course, the content advisors and everybody else to ensure that we clarify the matter. I couldn't determine at what point they should meet and how they would want to do it. They've elected to do it in the way they would want to do. But I'm just saying they are reacting to what I termed the committee resolution that we write to them. And I'm saying, honorable members, I'm placing it before you. I would have dealt with it as a chair alone if it was just about the chair. But if it is about misrepresentation of what the committee would have agreed upon, then that's why I needed get to know about this point. But as I say, from all records I've looked at, as I say, look at the 20th, that's when we started talking about caucuses. But on this other one, in trying to get a resolution, the understanding for me was that you were all genuine to the cause, that the SAPO must be helped. And the link to the bill was that with SAPO having the problems it has, and this Postbank will use that infrastructure, it defeats the same noble idea of having a state bank. So I thought that was the reflection of the views of the meeting. It may not be that every member said it, but at least for purposes of summary, I presented it to yourselves. It's against that background then that the meeting that gets called must be also attended to advance the best interest of the committee as articulated in its meeting. So I just thought it's important to place it in that way. Okay. So I would give you an opportunity, honorable members, to make your quick reflections. Of course, I would start with Honorable Kola Barnett, who put up the letter. Maybe she would speak to that. Then I would then allow the other members who may want to clarify. So I'm doing it so that if at any point it's misinterpretation of what the committee said, it's only proper that if I'm on the wrong, I would withdraw that. But if indeed that's not the case, at least accept that that move was on the basis of that understanding. So Honorable Kola Barnett, you'll be then followed, I see Honorable Bambo's hand. Any other hand that I do not see, I would attend to it in that scope.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, at no stage at all did I, or as I recall, my colleague Bodlane agree to any committee resolution to ask for a South African Post Office bailout. I went to my caucus, I've got a mandate from them. And I mean, as you know, and this committee knows, I've asked repeatedly that we meet with finance because there is zero financial expertise on this committee to handle what is basically a money bill. I have asked over and over. Our colleague from the IFP just asked again. So I do not understand why you are meeting on your own without the rest of the committee, meeting with finance. It's absolutely bizarre, but at no stage ever did I support any mandate or resolution to ask for a post office bailout. I did not at any stage, because I, of course, need the backing of my caucus to take a decision like that, which I did not at that stage have. So to suggest that I did is, I'm afraid, incorrect.
And I recognize Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think what must be acknowledged is that I'm the one who raised that matter, if the committee is to be honest, in our submission. I'm the one who said that we must get this bailout. And perhaps to be quite honest, and if we're all to be honest, including to our colleagues, and in this case, the initiator of the letter, which is Kola Barnett, the Honorable, no one in this committee indicated an opposition to that suggestion. So there was a general consensus, at least in the absence of a perhaps counter argument as to why we shouldn't go. I may accept that by virtue of the chair saying, let us go to our caucuses, that might have opened space, but no one raised a concern or a disagreement in the suggestion that you must go there. I want to agree, however, with Caller Barnard on this point, that the agreement on going there, or it was more of writing a letter, but that the chair must be the one who goes in the absence of the committee, that was not agreed on. But the general or the spirit of the time was that, or of the meeting, was that we had a general understanding that, and I don't want to use genuine, we're genuine to the cause, all those words. I don't want to bind people to that. But we, as I had raised it, and I say I had raised it when we were talking about the bill and we were not agreeing on many other issues. And I said, in the interest of what is obviously not a legal impediment, but more of a financial recapitalization of SAPO, is that we must go and ask for an appropriation of funds into the SAPO and let's bail it out. Then there was an argument, or rather a position that was raised in principle by the chairperson, who said, no, then maybe we should go and talk to our caucuses. Maybe what the DA can do, or maybe let me not say the DA, the colleague here, the Honorable Caller Barnard, could say, we're not in agreement with this, as opposed to it looking like it was something that was smuggled. What appears to be smuggled is that the chairperson is the one who goes. And I think the chairperson can concede to that, that was not how we had agreed, how we are going to handle this matter. But on principle, the spirit of the meeting at the time was that we are going to go and ask for an appropriation of funds into the SAPO, because we can't let SAPO collapse under our watch. We can't allow that SAPO continues to fail as it is now. And then we say we want to build a state bank on facilities that are under a institution or an entity that is collapsing. And this is the logic that we've been advancing to the committee as the EFF throughout, to say, yes, where are you going to have this bank? Then the insistence is that we are going to have it in the same branches of SAPO. But you are saying SAPO is collapsing. So why can't we capacitate SAPO to be the bank controlling company, so that we don't have a situation one day to hear that this branch of the Postbank has closed because SAPO has failed to do 1, 2, 3. Now, that is what we were advancing. The argument was that by the committee, Mr. Pambo, we don't agree with waiting because it will take 3 to 5 years. But you are absolutely correct. Let us go and ask for the saving of SAPO, but not for the purposes of building the Postbank. That was the spirit of the meeting at the time. So the only thing that I wanted to flesh out, colleagues, is that, firstly, one is that Ms. Caller Barnard, the spirit was that we are all in agreement. And if unless if I misunderstood it, was that we're all in agreement that SAPO must be bailed out. But where I don't agree is that the chairperson must be the sole representative. I know he's the chairperson of the committee, but we can't play out or can't ignore the fact that he comes from a different political party and may put positions that, or may present it in a way that we don't agree with. So that is what I want to put on both ends. I don't agree with the letter in its entirety, but I get the point that there was never an agreement that the chairperson must be the sole attendee or the one who's going to be the presenter for the position that we must recapitalize the SAPO. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. As I'm going to recognize other hands, I'm just doing this for purposes of clarity so that you do not have many people hammering on something that is non-existent. What is non-existent? There is no request from the chair to meet the Finance Committee alone. I've explained what the committee resolution was. Firstly, as it relates to the bill, I wrote a letter, because that's where it starts, that needed to meet with finance or get a report from finance. That was a different letter. That's a different letter. That's on the bill. The
Chair.
letter about, no,
Chair.
Honorable Pambo, I'm
Chair,
still clarifying.
on a
so that
point
you know
of
there are
order.
two
Chair,
letters.
Chair, on a point of order.
What is the order, Honorable Pambo?
Chair, I think you can't be a participant in a referee. I think if you are in good spirit and you are agreeing with that, we're all trying to find a solution. No one is saying you did something wrong. I'm saying as it appears. Firstly, there are hands that were raised. You are a chairperson, allow the hands to come in. You've got the right to reply, yes, anytime. But just allow the meeting to run smoothly in allowing all the other hands to then have a take in a sequence. Then you can clarify where you think I have maybe misrepresented you. That's fine. And that's what you have been doing. But now I don't know how you're becoming defensive of your own position. And you have run
Honorable Pambo,
and
I've
I think
heard
you
your
can
point
allow
of
that.
order.
Please, Chair.
No, I've heard your point of order. And as I say, I'm not defending. I'm clarifying two letters. I'm doing this for purposes of members who will then come thereafter so that they understand the two letters are different. We wrote first on the bill. It had nothing to do with the bailout or financial injection to SAPO. That was done before the meeting of last week. But last week, the meeting in the main was about the financial injection. That's a second letter. That letter the same way. It's either they help us on that matter, but we are willing to have a joint meeting with finance. All I was saying was that the response we are now getting from finance, this is what is being raised, right? So that it's understood. It's not about any defense. I'll still anyway respond if I need to respond, but it's very helpful that members engage understanding the difference between the two so that we don't mix up the summary made in that meeting and the summary that was made in the meeting last week, which needed us to act upon immediately after the meeting. So it's in that context, Honorable. I would not do the part of being a referee player at the same time. So I will now recognize hands that would want to still contribute on the matter. Honorable Bolani, followed by Honorable Mulala.
Chairperson Kyaleboga. I think, Chairperson, just my understanding on the issue with the Finance Committee, and I appreciate that you talk about the minutes that were approved. When the view was sponsored was that the first prize, Chairperson, would be to get that joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee. The consideration of a report, Chairperson, was that considering that they already have their own schedule, a compromise would be a report, Chairperson. So the issue of the report came in that regard. But my understanding has always been that the first prize is the actual joint meeting. So that clarifies that. Chairperson, Honorable Pambo speaks about the bailout for SAPO. The issue was never debated. And I do appreciate that he then says that nobody objected to that. But it was not a firm decision by this committee. It was something that he then raised, and I think the minister also came in and said, but the points that you are raising have already been exhausted. So the issue of the bailout, I am also not very sure how it got to be considered the position of the committee. Perhaps what is proper, Chairperson, going forward is to place it on record that it is not the position of the Democratic Alliance. If there was any insinuation or any understanding that the DA has accepted that position, Chairperson, maybe this is where we place it on record that we certainly do not. I would leave it there, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Mulala.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
May I just check Honorable Mulala before you come in? Honorable Pambo. Is it a legacy hand? So I take it to be a legacy hand because I thought maybe you want to come in. Okay.
It is, Chair.
All right. Honorable Mulala, then proceed.
No, I think what I could recall, Chair, is that maybe firstly I must agree with Honorable Pambo, because I remember I'm the one who raised it first. Maybe we need to engage the finance committee. So I agree with him on the first part that no, the issue was to meet with the committee. Maybe what we need to propose so that we don't cause a unnecessary tension. What we need to propose is to still pursue the meeting between the two committees and then move on. And then I don't think it's time now that the DA should tell us that no, that's not their position, because we were going to engage. I don't think there's any position there. We were going to engage with finance. Maybe after engagement and after what has been presented to us, we can then have whatever party political positions. But as far as I know, maybe what we need is as a compromise for this discussion, because I don't see this discussion really being more fruitful to the South Africans. The discussion should be fine. Can we still, Chair, pursue the meeting with Finance Committee and then engage them on the situation of SAPO? Because for me, it's quite important. And then with regard to the letter, I think Honorable Kola Barnard has got the right to express views, but the point I think that was made by Pambo makes a lot of sense, because I remember I'm the one who raised it. Pambo came in the second time when I was even arguing with Pambo. I don't remember about what, but that matter was raised. Maybe Honorable Botana was not listening. But now what we need now as a way forward, Chair, is it still prudent that we pursue that meeting so that we engage, and then maybe after engagement, that's when we can then take positions. I don't really encourage that when we are a committee, then we take political party positions, because it's not healthy for the committee. It's rather good that we always engage and have disagreements, but a point where DA will stand there, EFF will stand there, ANC will stand there, IFP will stand. I don't think it's healthy for committee. Our committee has always been working on consensus for the last 2 to 3 years, I think. And so far we've been doing well. We've been accommodating each other. If we feel that EFF has a point here, we work on that point. We don't regard Pambo as EFF. We regard Pambo as a member of the committee. So I want that spirit to come back, so that if there's still a need for engagement with Finance Committee, let us pursue that meeting and then engage finance on that. But I remember that we were in agreement. The only thing that I agreed with Pambo in that meeting was that we must engage the Finance Committee and try and help. So that's where I think maybe this matter should be closed. My view is that proposal. So if it accommodates the DA, it's fine. If it's not accommodated, it's also fine. I'm just trying to find the middle way of engagement, because if we start saying my party is not part, I will say my party is not part. So then we're destabilizing the entire committee and its work. So we'll, and it has not been like that, man. We have worked with many people in the DA. We have not reached that stage where we say, no, this is not the position of my party. This is not the position. We engage on any matter that comes to the table. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Machozi, I didn't see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. No, I think Honorable Mulala, in fact, I was not available in the 2 previous committee meetings, so I would have not known what had transpired maybe before that. I'm not familiar with the letters as well of where they come from, but I agree with Honorable Mulala that we have always had that spirit, Chairperson, of engaging one another. And if maybe it would happen that I have a discomfort of what would be said at that time, I then would engage in this meeting so that we go out of this meeting having a clarity of where we stand, all of us. And I think maybe that is the spirit that we should move on. We should move with, notwithstanding the fact that, yes, everyone has a right to write a letter, to do what, and maybe formally so it's correct for Honorable Barnard to write a letter to you. But also we talk to each other, we are committee members, to say, Chair, I don't think this is what we agreed upon. So I would take it that because of some way, Honorable Pambo and Honorable Barnard and Honorable Mulala are seemingly speaking on the same issue and agreeing on what was agreed upon. Maybe that is what then should change, and then we stick to that. But going forward, Chairperson, as Honorable Mulala has said, we must try by all means that we engage one another. Do not create a condition of now we cannot talk to each other anymore. We are honorable members. We serve in the same house. It might be different organization, but we serve in the same house and in the committee as well. So at some point, you must try to balance the two. And I'm not saying that Honorable Barnard must not have her own views and how the DA would view things. But even if how they would view things, we all view things in different ways in our own caucuses. But when we come to the committee, we try to balance that. And if there is any misunderstanding, then we must at least address it at that time, so that we do not leave the committee or leave here, go and write letters only to find that we have just misunderstood each other. I think I agree with Honorable Mulala with that. Let us keep that that sentiment of us being able to engage one another. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. Honorable Mulala and Honorable Pambo, again, I take it to be legacy hands. In that case, please lower them unless you want to speak.
No, it's legacy, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Now the time to respond, Honorable Pambo. Honorable members, I take it that
Protected, Chairperson.
I take it that we
I must
we
be
are
accepted the de facto chair now.
we are at a point where we need to agree again to separate matters. The point that has been raised is to say, as it relates to the response from finance, the committee clarifies itself that it would want to meet as a committee as per the letter that has been sent to finance. And that because they've asked us to join tomorrow, that invite should be extended to members. That's how the committee would have looked at the matter today. So that we put that on the side and we write such a response. But again, as a reflection of the committee. As it relates to the other letter written I still maintain, honorable members, there was no objection raised. And that letter was written with the mandate of the committee, because the committee accepted the summary. So that, Honorable Mlala, we are clearer. The meeting with finance, the Standing Committee on Finance, is not just a meeting. It had a purpose as it relates to SAPO. And that purpose was about financial injection to SAPO, given the challenges that are in SAPO. I think it's important to make that point clear. Otherwise, we'll get to a meeting and start discussing why we are there. As it relates to SAPO, this is the situation. As it relates to the bill, would have wanted in any way their comments, if they have further comments to make, or advice or any input that they would make with regard to the bill. But with regard to SAPO, the reason we're having a discussion with them was about the part that talks to the financing of SAPO and how that will impact in any way to what is proposed to be a state bank that will operate in SAPO spaces. So that there's clarity, and I can see that as I give this clarity, Honorable Machozi now is clarified that at least we should be clear. I think the point, as I said, made was really about how we respond back to finance, which in this sense, it's about saying, no, the committee sticks to what it has resolved, that we would want to have a joint meeting as a committee with you. So there was no committee resolution about the chair approaching that committee. So this is what I also seek to clarify. But this point about nobody objecting, honorable members, it's important in that records would prove that where there's been a point raised, whether it's informed by caucus position or whatever, after discussions, even in some instances where there would have been general agreement, the members would then say, no, look, because this matter is still subject to our caucus, so please, we want it recorded that we reserve our right to engage this matter further. So that it is also not a surprise when we get forward to discuss the matter that may have been processed by the committee. And there will be those where there will be an indication that we agree with this, because this is really about functioning of the committee, not matters that would affect where the caucus stands on such matters. So I also thought it's important to place it on record. That record could prove that there have been situations where we had to record the position of the party on a matter whilst we are allowing the item to go through. And in this case, there was no such, right? And I've indicated, whilst the matters may have been raised by this member or that member and not the other, the reason to make the summary was to really get an understanding that that's the mandate that's given to the chair, so that post the meeting action could still be taken. And again, we are informed by the realities in that scope. So would respond immediately to finance after this, right? In that score, this is where I get back to the issue of the bill, honorable members. In that, whilst we needed to take it to the next level, we had also agreed that it's not like we will not consider what comes as inputs that get made. And in this instance, if finances agreed that the standing committee would engage us, of course, with the changes we are proposing to what they are responding on, we should still consider that point. We have considered already the presentation by Postbank, which is what the committee also agreed to. Then we take the matter of going through the bill back a bit to allow this meeting to proceed and have that engagement as we'll engage on both matters. And then when we reconvene, we are able then to look at the approach to the bill, having taken into consideration all matters that we're looking at. I know that from the point of the request by the Postbank and the Deputy Minister, that we should be able to move with speed, which is what the committee also would need to look at from what stakeholders raised. But it does no harm to just extend, allow this meeting to take place, and then we reconvene and still deal with the matter, taking everything into account, so that at the time of presenting our recommendation, there will be nothing that we ourselves would be hesitant of, that maybe if we would have listened to an engagement with finance, maybe we could have thought differently on certain matters and so on. So we'll take all that into account. So this is what I want to put before yourselves as a way of concluding the item we are in, which is about the deliberations and finalisation or finalisation of the Postbank amendment bill. So that's what I wanted to put again to you as the summary and way forward, having had the discussion. I note Honorable Machos, who would have put on the chat that I must please note in this regard, who will then be followed by Honorable Bolani. I will take the other hints thereafter. You are recognized, can proceed.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I'm sorry to take you back, but when you first presented, I thought you were saying, in fact, I want you to then make me understand, because tomorrow's meeting with the joint with finance, is it for SAPO specifically, or does it also include the Postbank? Because then we can get clarity around that. Because I thought you were saying the meeting for tomorrow, it was for SAPO and asking for, I'm not sure whether I bail out or what, not necessarily that you would be dealing with the Postbank. And also to share that I think, Chairperson, because we have raised concerns in this committee, and we got responses from the Chairperson and also the DM that let them go back and come back again to this meeting as our request, that they should come back again to this meeting, and we deliberate more on matters and issues when their strategy have started, they've started implementing it. So if they are coming back again next year, maybe after they come back, then we can then decide to have a joint committee. Because remember, I suggested that we have a joint committee with finance, understanding that some of the functions will also fall on the finance, that maybe would need to rob in finance and hear what they would say. And so that is why then I decided that let me give this suggestion. I did not know that it was something that was suggested before. But because of the Postbank will come back again and the board to give us feedback, to give us progress on how they are doing, then maybe we should wait for that meeting and then have a joint meeting with the finance after we have had that meeting with the Postbank. Also, it will be mindful that maybe what report are we receiving at that time. So that is why I was suggesting that, and that is why I'm also proposing that for now, Chairperson. Thanks.
Honorable Bolani.
Chairperson, it's been a long meeting and I feel like my English is depleted, but I'm sorry if I'm also taking you back. In your summary, Chairperson, I think you also got me confused on where we stand. And I just need again to put it on record, Chairperson. My understanding, Chairperson, on the request for the meeting with the Portfolio Committee of Finance was for us to, with Honorable Kolabana having said, we do not have the capacity for finance in this Portfolio Committee, and saying that the bill is in the establishment of the Postbank requires financial contributions from the Finance Portfolio Committee. That was the initial, that's exactly where we started with the conversation of the need to meet with the Finance Portfolio Committee. And then last week, after the submissions by Honorable Pambo, I think this is when the issue of the bailout for the SAPO came in. So Chairperson, if you had already covered me in that regard, I do apologize, but I thought I would just clarify my understanding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bolani. May I just check if there's any other member who would want to speak? So in the absence of any other member who want to speak, maybe let me respond briefly. And I think that's why it was important to clarify that there were two separate letters. The first was about us discussing the bill correctly, as Honorable Bolani has raised, that it was an issue about finance and matters we're dealing with, maybe financial. Agreed to this, even though there was clarity that we were dealing with the bank controlling company, even from the side of the department, but we still agreed that we need to entertain that meeting. And of course, as minuted, then we ended up with the recommendation that gives the option for a joint meeting, or at least get a report from Finance, Standing Committee on Finance, in response to what is put up in the bill. In line with that resolution, then wrote to Finance. Even in the previous meeting, right before we even proceeded going forward, there was that question about finance. And at the time, remember, we didn't have a report, and we appreciated that they also have the programs that they are working on. Surely they would consider this question and come back to us, irrespective that there have also been informal engagement, which I reported to the committee, that over and above that, there was formal request for such. So we didn't get formal feedback on that in writing. Then last week, in our deliberations, I would not repeat what Honorable Mlala, Honorable Pambo would have raised. Then the issue about SAPO became clear, and we tried to make a separation of the intervention that's needed in SAPO vis-a-vis the bill that we're dealing with. And the understanding was that SAPO would need financial injection for them to deal with the historical debt as well as ensuring that they implement the post office of tomorrow turnaround strategy that they have. And as I said, you will get it in the summary, in the record. That summary starts at 59 minutes in the committee meeting. And I put that summary on the basis that it was no longer an issue of either Honorable Pambo or Honorable Mlala. And I put it that I take it that what you are saying, General, as members, is that we write to that committee and appropriations committee, write and put this point to them. And that indeed it is coming up because we're discussing a Postbank bill. And therefore it would operate from the same SAPO. So this has been the question. As others would have said, was more of finding a resolution that's a compromise from what would have been raised as saying, before you get to the part of the Postbank standing on its own and then passing the bill, sort SAPO first, that SAPO could easily be a bank controlling company once it's sorted. So we've had that debate, not in one meeting, but in a number of meetings. And we needed to come to a point where you try and match the views that are raised in the meeting to create a view that would be of the committee. And as I repeatedly said, there was no objection to it. Then there was a question of clarity on the confusion on whether we are running with the page by page now, or we'll wait for Postbank first to come on board. And we clarified that, and that confusion was out of the way, right? So that's where things are. All right. So when the finance responds today, which I'm going to ask again, the committee support, because this was received by committee support, and they indicated it whilst we are continuing with our meeting, right? Is that there's a response from finance. Yes, it talks to the bill, but it also talks to the SAPO matter that we have raised. So they are responding comprehensively to the matters we've raised with them, which they didn't respond to. So in that scope, Honorable Machos, it puts both matters on the table, because in the way we discussed them, they were also in a way linked, because we're not just discussing SAPO, but in the course of discussing this bill, then that matter of SAPO continued to come. And I think genuinely the concerns raised are understood, and that's why they needed to be taken forward, right? So that's where we are. I hope Honorable Bodlani, there's clarity. That's where we are. And in taking matters forward, all I was putting again before the committee was that we were going to deal with deliberations or finalization of the bill. And I'm saying, because we'd agreed that by the time we get to this meeting, probably there would be developments with regard to finance. So it may be important to consider those, including what we'll get from Postbank. Now that they've asked for a meeting, which the committee says, no, we want the full committee, right? We have to write back to finance immediately now after this and say, look, we accede to having a meeting. However, the committee still wants, as requested, to meet you as a committee. Surely they would consider that positively, because they themselves are meeting as a committee. Surely there should be a way of dealing with that, right? So I'm saying that's where we are. So I hope it's clarified so that we are able to get over this item. I think the only change today is that the members from the Democratic Alliance are now raising an issue of party caucus, which is very clear that they would register themselves not to be agreeing with such an approach. I think for me that's important. It's raised now after we have written the letter on the basis of what we understood to be a committee position and content, right? So let's be clear on that, because it's helpful when we get to the meeting itself, because that's a new development. It shouldn't look like, again, went ahead, created something which never served before a committee, right? Honorable Mlala, what are you raising?
Yeah, Chair.
The point that you've unmuted mistakenly.
Hello, Chair.
Yeah, I can hear you, and I hope members can hear you.
No, I think, Chair, I think we have agreed to engage. So as far as I know, that's the agreement we had. So for me, there's nothing wrong to get views from various, let's say that committee of finance, and then just check with them, and so that. But from where I'm sitting, the bill is supposed to move because we had extensive engagements. I don't know if that covers the question that you raised as the chair. But from where I'm sitting, I think we need to move. We can't start with one item. We need to move and ensure that at least we assist the Postbank so that tomorrow they don't use this bill as an excuse for not performing. I think that's my input, Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Mlala. But I take it that it's no disagreement with the summary, but of course, looking also at the time between now and the House sitting, and that we should be able indeed to move the next meeting, having considered everything else that came before us, including this possible engagement with finance tomorrow. Can we then agree, honorable members, that we move to the next item, which is the minutes? Honorable Bodlani, on what point are you raising?
Chairperson, am I understanding you to say that there is the possibility of the joint meeting with Finance Portfolio Committee being tomorrow?
Yes, that's what I've said when I summarize. I said what the committee says.
Yes, Chairperson.
Is that it is not only the chair who should join, but right back to indicate.
No, I appreciate that, Chairperson. I just wanted to know if it would be tomorrow. Because then I would need to put in my apology. I have an exam.
Is that so? That's like I said, maybe Achira would put it up, but with the explanation I've given, it's said to be tomorrow because their meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, and they'll create time for us to get in. But at the time, they would have worked on the basis of the chairperson and the support staff joining. But we had agreed to write back and indicate as such for tomorrow. And I'm sure if members do have apologies, let's just get an indication on the platform so as to check whether we are able to proceed as such. We'll make a determination on the basis of your indication on the portfolio committee platform, so as to at least complete the business of today by looking at the minutes. Ajira?
Chairperson.
Yes.
The minutes, coming
Yes.
Chair.
Those are minutes. Can we get a move on second for the minutes?
Honorable Chair, I move adoption of the minutes.
I'm so sorry, Chair. I have corrections, please. Sorry, I'm working on my laptop to draw that document of the minutes. So I have corrections, please.
Okay, please put up Hajira.
Chairperson, I've got my own document open. I've got page 5 on the minutes. And it says, I can say it's Roman figure on page 5, the third from the bottom before point number 5. I think it's Roman figure number 17. The sentence reads that with concern that financial skills be required, which are currently non-existent at the Postbank. I think the correction that is that the financial skills are non-existent in the committee, not in the Postbank. And the second point, Chairperson, that the ultimate recommendation was from the portfolio committee and that the next step for the bill is to conduct a page-by-page reading during the next meeting. In that next page, or maybe, okay, I read it as something else yesterday, so I'm gonna skip that one, but there was another point I wanted to make, Chairperson, so I'm moving away from that one. It is correct. Just to go higher, Chairperson, on the same page. Roman figure XIV, with concern that there was an erroneous omission of SAPO budget allocation during the MTB-SP by Finance Minister, with greater concern that such an omission has deepened the crisis at SAPO. I'm not sure if I understand that sentence at all, and if I could just be clarified, because I did not understand the minister to have erroneously omitted, so that our minutes cover exactly what happened with the midterm budget, Chairperson. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Podlan. Again, it's a matter of understanding on the first correction you've made. That in this case, Honorable Kolapanat, in talking to budget and so on, that will be needed to get the bank started, reflected on the non-existent skills. The part that talked to the committee, like I said, at the time of agreeing to get finance, the point was that we are not a finance committee and those skills may not be existing in the committee, and therefore a need for that bilateral to get their views on the bill. So I'm just saying, probably the capturing was informed by that, that there were two matters that got raised at different times, but it's something that can be worked on. Then the part about the budget, I think again, it will be a point of, you said it has been a very long meeting. and you may be probably running out of English. It may be again London question, being in South Africa. On that point, it's probably how it's captured this understanding that was given to the committee. And I want to remind you, members, both SAPO, the department represented at the time by Deputy Minister, there was this thing that this matter has been raised with the budget committee, the cabinet. There's been a so far when they're waiting for this big announcement that would happen. In fact, the acting chair of SAPO even indicated as they were speaking about recruiting a CFO that they thought that is a matter they could announce after the medium-term budget policy statement, as they expect such a big announcement. Right. So erroneous omission may be how many takers would capture it. But I think the message probably they were trying to send would have been to capture this thing, that the committee was given a sense that there was commitment, and that commitment was not pronounced in the budget. And that then would have deepened the crisis in SAPO, because with that falling flat, then there are other actions that must happen, which may affect workers badly, affect services that they must also render badly. So it is in that context, I think, as far as my memory would serve me. So we can rework it, but we shouldn't, I think for me, totally erase the fact that we're belaboring on an understanding that there was this hope created, and it may need to be dealt with as such. Hence, the discussions we've had of even getting the committee to intervene. So that's the clarity I'm giving, but we can rework on those, I think, and circulate thereafter with proper writing. If you are amenable to that, having made the clarities.
I don't agree with you, Chairperson. Can I go, Chair?
Yes.
With the explanation you give, SAPO had an expectation that it would be allocated money in the budget. It was not. As to whether it is erroneous or not, that is where the sentence is capturing it as yes, there was an expectation, but it is not an erroneous omission. It is an omission, yes. Erroneous, it's a word that gives it a totally different meaning. And my submission is that we remove the word erroneous, and you still get the correct sentiment of SAPO being disappointed by not being covered in the midterm budget.
But you then agree then, Honorable Bolana, because that's what you're agreeing on, that we rework it. It's not captured as such, so erroneous may be wrong. So if you agree with that, then we can move on and then get it reworked. That's why I said you'll get then the new submission that's made. So Honorable Mutembu, you raised your hand to move. I'm sure we'll now take into account the corrections that needed to be made. Honorable Mutembu. You are muted. Not sure if we lost Honorable Mutembu. Can I then get another mover, having looked at the corrections?
Chair, I second, man. I'm not moving. I'm seconding with corrections.
Okay. So Honorable Mthembu, I take it that you moved with the corrections now because you're still muted. Honorable Mlala has seconded. Any objection in us adopting the minutes as a true reflection of the previous meeting? So no objection, agreed to, the corrections will then be made. That takes us to, that was the last item, isn't it? Ajura?
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay. So with it being the last item, we will indeed write to finance after this and brief the members accordingly. But please do indicate on the platform when you will be, whether you have an apology or you'll be able to attend and to make an assessment from there. Thank you. Meeting stays adjourned.
Recording stopped.